I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Peace to Ron G, Brucey B, Kid Capri, Funk Master Flex, Love Bug, Star Ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call a crib, same number, same hood. It's all good. And if you don't know, now you know, nigga. I made the change from a common thief to up close and personal with Robin Leach. And I'm far from cheap. I smoke skunk with my peeps all day. Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. The Moet and Alizé keep me pissy. Girls used to diss me. Now they write letters cause they miss me. I never thought it could happen, this rapping stuff. I was too used to packing gats and stuff. Now honeys play me close like butter play toast. From the Mississippi down to the East Coast. Condos in Queens, in dough for weeks. Sold out seats to hear Biggie Small speak. Living life without fear. Putting 5 carats in my baby girl ear. Lunches, brunches, interviews by the pool. Considered a fool cause I dropped out of high school. Stereotypes of a black male misunderstood. And it's still all good, And if you don't know, now you know, nigga, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. When I was dead broke, man, I couldn't picture this. 50-inch screen, money green leather sofa. Got 2 rides, a limousine with the chauffeur. Phone bill about 2 G's flat. No need to worry, my accountant handles that. And my whole crew is lounging, celebrating every day, no more public housing. Thinking back on my one-room shack. Now my mom pimps an act with minks on the back. And she loves to show me off, of course. Smiles every time my face is up in the stores. We used to fuss when the landlord dissed us. No heat, wonder why Christmas missed us. Birthdays was the worst days. Now we sip champagne when we thirsty. Damn right I like the life I live. Cause I went from negative to positive and it's all. And if you don't know, now you know, nigga. And if you don't know, now you know, nigga. And if you don't know, now you know, nigga. Representing B-Town in the house. Junior Mafia, Mad Flavor. Yeah. For all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes. Who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club, sipping Moet is where you find me. The back of the club, macking hoes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music lasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the F a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Max than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to feed the needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes, see notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic by the tree. Straight up, honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Who you be with? Things to make you smile. What numbers to dial. You gon' be here for a while, I'm gon' call my crew, you gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to little C's, pull the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly, a T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause in a few we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Leave that to the parents and the teachers and shit. I'm just making music. That's it. No, I'm not a role model at all. I'm not. I'm just a regular guy. Today's agenda, got the suitcase in the central. Go to room 112, tell them Blanco sent you. Feel the strangers, if no money exchanges. I got these kids in ranges to leave them niggas brainless. All they told is stainless, you just remain as calm as possible. Make the deal go through. If not, here's 12 shots, we know how you do. Please make your killings clean. Slugs up in between, they eyes like true lies. Kill them and flee the scene. Let's bring back the coke or the cream, or else your life is on the shelf. We mean this, Frank. The cats we fucking with put bombs in your mom's gas tank. Let's get this money, baby. They shady, we get shady. Dress up like ladies and burn them in dirty 380s. Then they come to kill our babies. That's all out. I got gas that blow the wall out. Clear them all out. Fuck the fallout. Word to stretch, I bet they pussy. The 7 digits push me, fucking real. Here's the deal. I got 100 bricks, 14.5 a piece. Enough to cop 6, buy the house on the beach. Supply the piece with jeeps, brick a piece. Capiche? Everybody getting cream, no one considered the leech. Think about it now, that's damn near 1.5. I kill them all, I'll be set for life. Got introduced to the game, got an ounce and fucking blew up. Chopping rocks overnight. The nigga Biggie Smalls trying to turn into the Black Frank White. We had to grow dress to change our description. 2 cops is on the milk box missing. Shows they told you know they got stepped on. A fist full of bullets, a chest full of Teflon. Run from the police, picture that. Nigga, I'm too fat. I fuck around and catch an asthma attack. That's why I bust back. It don't faze me. When he drop, take his clock and I'm Swayze. Celebrate my escape, stole a Glock, put some weight. Lay back, I got some money to make. Memories of high speed when the cops crash. As I laugh, pushing the gas when my clocks blast. We was young and we was dumb.
Alrighty. Let's see. Let's see here. We got a couple of things we're going to go over. Pause. You are pointing to a lack of evidence as evidence.
Riot until 3 hours after.
No, we do know that Trump knew about the riot because it was all... Pause. All right, let's see what's popping. Let's see what's going on. Biggie does go hard. Favorite East Coast rapper. Let's see here. Alrighty. How's everybody doing? It's definitely a bit grainy for you. Well, that error message went away. Okay, there we go. Let's see. How's everybody doing today? I got off work a little bit early, so I'm raring to go. I've been wanting to stream for the past couple of days, but haven't been able to. Literally, as I was setting stream up, I went ahead and checked the headlines, and looks like Mr. Meatball Ron is out of the race. So we'll get to this here in a minute. Evidently, we got some upsetty comments here. How do I know how many views it's gotten? Actually, let's just look at this for a second while we're waiting for ADD medicine to fully kick in. You are pointing to a lack of evidence. Oh wait, I haven't taken my medicine. Whoops.
3 hours after.
No, we do know that Trump knew about the riot because it was all over the fucking news. It was, there were people, hold on. There were multiple staffers and aides and other people in his.
Long Trump takes a shit. I'm sure
We have statements, witness statements of people telling him that something needs to be done, and him stewing in the fucking like situation room. Why did that get people so mad? Oh, I can't. I'm not logged in, of course. A dude literally just used Trump taking a dump as an argument when he knew he was losing. Hold on. Y'all can't say the news is BS and then say something you don't agree with. Wait. Y'all can't say the news is bullshit when they say something you don't agree with, but then use them as your evidence. Wait. What side does he think I'm on? Tron tweeted or messaging as me is so much different than my actual personality. Man, I would have been way meaner. I would have been way meaner. But guess we're all guilty because we all heard about what was happening. Well, I didn't see you pick up your fucking AR-15 to fucking stop him. Okay. We'll go deeper into it in a little bit. But first, let's just come on. There we go. Pause. God, is my computer really chugging that hard? Well, maybe it has to do with all the fucking crazy windows that I have open. Okay, I think we're good here. Let's listen to Meatball Ron talk about how he is no longer running for president.
Greetings from Florida. The warmth of being home is a reminder why I've chosen public service. From joining the United States Navy.
Am I not able to do a pop-out player? Really?
And serving
cool.
in Iraq, to representing the people in the U.S. Congress, and now serving as governor of Florida. And it reminds me why I decided to run for president, to fight for those who have been forgotten in this country. This is America's time for choosing. We can choose to allow a border invasion, or we can choose to stop it. We can choose reckless borrowing and spending, or we can choose to limit government and lower inflation. We can choose political.
I really wish. Do you know how much fucking better this country would be if people, instead of just like lying, fucking engaged with the reality on the ground? right? Like inflation is not out of control anymore, and yet they're still saying we have to get inflation under control. It's under control now. But you're still acting like we have 9%, 11%, 15%, fucking 50% inflation. Okay, let's assume that that's true. What is it that you're going to do that's different? I wish that these motherfuckers would just like say what they plan to do or what they hope we can do since he's dropping out of the race.
Reckless borrowing and spending, or we can choose to limit government and lower inflation. We can choose political indoctrination, or we can choose classical education.
Bro, the irony. The irony!
These choices are symptoms of the underlying...
Do I think it's going to be a 50-50 race now? No. Why would it be, like, look at the 538. President Republican primary. Haley's at 12%. DeSantis is at 11%. I'm going to be generous and say maybe 2% of DeSantis supporters go over to Haley. The rest of them are going to Trump. It's just there's nothing else. There's nothing else. Nobody realistically think Haley has a chance until like the best case scenario for Nikki Haley is this. DeSantis drops out, right? And then Trump is now, the only other person running against her, right? And she somehow consolidates whatever remains, all right? Whatever remains of the anti-Trump faction of the Republican Party. And then she does decent leading up to Super Tuesday. Best case scenario, Trump is now forced to debate Haley since she's the last person standing. And she can get a couple of good dunks on him. Oh shit, 1 second. Hello? Okay, I'm gonna have to run here in like 2 seconds just to run downstairs and help my girlfriend because there's something that she cannot pick up. So I'll help with that, or I'll be right back. But yeah, like the best case for Haley is she gets to debate Trump before Super Tuesday and she gets like some pretty good dunks in and really separates herself from Trump himself and then is able to get some supporters over to her side. But like it's a near on inevitability that Trump is going to win. There's like almost zero chance that Haley comes out on top. So that's all I can say about that. All right. Gets ruled that he can't be president. I mean, I would also say that that's like a very, very, very low chance. All right, let me go help my girlfriend with this, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Okay.
Got paid off my flow, rock with my own Niggas is mad, I get more butt than ashtrays. Fuck the fair one, I get mine the fast way. Ski mask way, nigga ransom notes. Far from handsome, but damn a nigga tote. More guns than roses, foes is shaking in their boots. A visible bully, like the boots, disappear, vamoose, you whack to me. Take them rhymes back to the factory. I see the gimmicks, the whack lyrics, the shit is depressing. Please forget it. You're mad cause my style you're admiring. Don't be mad, this is hiring. You should have been the cop, fuck hip hop. With that freestyle, you're bound to get shot. Not from Houston, but I rap a lot. Pack the gap a lot. The flame about to drop.
Here comes a brand new flavor in your ear. Time for new flavor in your ear. I'm kicking new flavor in your ear. Back a brand new flavor in your ear. Here comes a brand new flavor in your ear. Time for new flavor in your ear.
Word up, no rap, no crap, you bore me. When they grab my dick, too lazy, hold it for me. I'm straight that great, bust the head strict and dreads, I'm everlasting. Like a throw on pro cat, a tech nine, benign vine, bust like mine, word is mine. Your album couldn't fuck with one line. It's been 3 years since your last tear, but now I reappear, your heart pumps fear. To your gut, did your girl's butt. I scraped it, shaped it, now she won't strut. I smash teeth, fuck your beat, no relief. I step on stage, girls scream like I'm Keith. You won't be around next year, my rap's too severe, kicking half flavor in your ear.
Here comes a brand new flavor in your ear. Time for new flavor in your ear. I'm kicking new flavor in your ear. Back a brand new flavor in
All right.
your ear. Here comes a brand new flavor in your ear. Time for new flavor in your ear.
2194, mad motherfucking hardcore. It's my time to burn to explore. The flavor in your ear is the Boy Scout. I make outs, I make all the rappers have doubts. You're fucking with the wrong clan and the wrong man, that's it. Now you got to get your dome split. I'm going into my knapsack with my
Fuck, that's a lot of stairs. Holy shit. Okay. Let's see here. Give it a second just in case YouTube decides to get upset at the music I'm playing. Then we'll keep going in this segment. Alrighty. Let's keep listening to Meatball Ron, Robot Ron here.
Struggle to ensure that constitutional government can endure and that Western civilization can survive. And we launched this campaign to bring
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I must have missed something important. What the fuck?
Or we can choose to limit government and lower inflation. We can choose political indoctrination, or we can choose classical education. These choices are symptoms of the underlying struggle to ensure that constitutional government can endure and that Western civilization can survive. And we launched this.
He's really throwing his lot in with the people. Really throwing his lot in with the people that say Western civilization is dying. You know, that used to be what we call a dog whistle, but whatever.
Campaign to bring accountability to government, regain sovereignty at our border, and restore sanity to our society. We cannot succeed as a country if we allow our nation to be invaded, our currency to be debased, our cities to crumble, and our kids to be indoctrinated.
Man, I wish, our cities are crumbling. It's a good thing that Trump passed that infrastructure bill that, greatly increased funding to our, crumbling infrastructure, our bridges, our roads, our buildings, wait, 1 second. I just want to fact check. I just want to make sure. Infrastructure bill. Wait, that 2021. Wait, Biden signs the 1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill. Wait, was that Biden that did that? That actually got through an infrastructure bill, something that we've needed since before I was born? And it wasn't Donald Trump? oh my God, someone needs to inform Meatball Ron here. We are doing something about our crumbling infrastructure, and it's under a Democrat president.
Debased our cities to crumble and our kids to be indoctrinated. The DC elites who facilitated this.
Also, like, it's just the irony is so unbelievably fucking thick of them talking about children being indoctrinated politically and genderedly. However you would say that in a gender sense, like they're talking about indoctrinating children. Bro, the most indoctrinated people I see out there right now are young conservatives who don't have any idea what what like is happening in reality, because all of their news is coming from people who are sucking off Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, meaning it's all like fucking fake news. It's all fucking misreporting. It's all false. So if you want to talk about indoctrination, like fucking look inward.
This mess do not care about you, and they do not work for you. They work for themselves. They seek to accumulate power at your expense to pursue an agenda that is...
It's unreal. It's actually unreal. Are you talking about losing faith in our institutions?
About you, and they do not work for you. They work for themselves.
Like Donald Trump did when he tried to overthrow the fucking election? Like Donald Trump did when he allowed his fucking supporters to fucking riot at the fucking Capitol building for hours before, sipping on his Diet Coke, fucking eating McDonald's in the fucking Oval Office while everyone's telling him, hey, something needs to be done. And he's just sitting there. Well, I'll get to it when I get to it. Loser. Like,
they seek to accumulate power at your expense to pursue an agenda that is harmful to the American people. Citizens do not serve politicians. It is the duty of politicians to serve you. Talk is cheap. Actions speak louder than words. Reversing the decline of this nation requires leadership that delivers big results for the people we are elected to serve. I have a record of leading with conviction, championing an agenda marked by bold colors, delivering on my promises, and defeating...
Wait. I just didn't understand
leading with conviction, championing an agenda marked by bold colors, delivering on my promises, and defeating the people who are responsible for our nation's decline. That is the type of leadership we need for all of America. Now, over the past many months, Casey and I have traveled across the country to deliver a message of hope that decline is a choice and that we can, in fact, succeed again as a nation. Nobody worked harder, and we left it all out on the field. Now, following our second place finish in Iowa, we've prayed and deliberated on the way forward. If there was anything I could do to produce a favorable outcome, more campaign stops, more interviews, I would do it. But I can't ask our supporters to volunteer their time and donate their resources if we don't have a clear path to victory. Accordingly, I am today suspending my campaign. I'm proud to have delivered on 100% of my promises, and I will not stop now. It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. They watch his presidency get stymied by relentless resistance, and they see Democrats using lawfare this day to attack him. Well, I've had disagreements with Donald Trump, such as on the coronavirus pandemic and his elevation of Anthony Fauci. Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear. I signed a pledge to support the Republicans lawfare this day to attack him. Well, I've had disagreements with Donald Trump to victory. Accordingly, I am today suspending. It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. They watch his presidency get stymied by relentless resistance, and they see Democrats using lawfare this day to attack him. Well, I've had disagreements with Donald Trump, such as on the coronavirus pandemic and his elevation of Anthony Fauci. Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear. I signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear. a repackaged form of warmed-over corporatism that Nikki Haley represents. The days of putting Americans last, of kowtowing to large corporations, of caving to woke ideology are over. I thank all of our passionate support.
Man, why is he still hammering on that point? If people wanted to hear about the woke ideology point, they would have voted for you, Meatball Ron. Okay? They would have voted for you if that message was helpful to your cause. But they didn't vote for you. And they don't want to vote for you. I mean, you dropped below Haley. Your message isn't helping your cause.
Supporters who've stood by us through it all. That we had people volunteer to come to Iowa in the middle of a blizzard to knock on doors and make phone calls touched us dearly. No candidate had more thrown at him, but no candidate had so many committed volunteers and staff. Finally, I want to thank my wife, Casey, and our kids, Madison, Mason, and Mamie. Casey's gone far above and beyond in her support for our campaign and for our cause. She's not only a great wife and mother, she's a great American who cares deeply about the future of the country that our kids will inherit. Our kids have seen and done a lot on the trail, from playing on the famed Field of Dreams baseball site in Iowa to making their first snowman in New Hampshire. They are one of the reasons we fight so hard for what we believe in. Winston Churchill once remarked that success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. While this campaign has ended, the mission continues. Down here in Florida, we will continue to show the country how to lead. Thank you, and God bless.
I mean, you know, leading up to DeSantis officially announcing his run, everyone was talking about, I mean, I'm sure we can find headlines. Ron DeSantis announces campaign. Can we find ones that aren't written in the past? Ron DeSantis, maybe we go to news and then we go to recent custom range. Let's do from January of 2022 or 2023 to, let's do 1 year of range. Oh my God. Okay. Republican seen as Trump's top challenger. Oof. Launches campaign with glitch-riddled Twitter event. Let me see here. The announcement was long expected. DeSantis won re-election in a landslide last November. Blah, 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 blah. Is a clear second to Donald Trump in polling in the Republican field. Let me see if they talk about the worries. But DeSantis has not managed to reel Trump in, lagging in polling, even as the former president faces extraordinary and mounting legal problems. Amid widespread reporting of donor dissatisfaction with DeSantis' perceived lack of interpersonal skills, a weakness gleefully seized on by Trump, a string of Florida Republicans have endorsed the former president. Got into a fight with Disney, lost. Democrats, political observers, and pollsters say DeSantis has moved too far right to appeal to general election voters. Should he overhaul Trump to win the Republican nomination? Like, people, even before he officially announced, and when he did officially announce, people were saying, hey, DeSantis is in like a really rough spot. DeSantis is in a really rough spot because if he does decide to run, then he's likely going to have to run in opposition to Donald Trump, which isn't going to go good for him because his entire political career has been ruled by Donald Trump. His entire fucking political career was rolled by Trump. That's how he got elected in the first place. By making a video. Can we hold on? Do y'all remember Ron DeSantis bedtime story? Let's see if that gets us. DeSantis has released an ad indoctrinating his children into Trumpism.
Husband Ron DeSantis is endorsed by President Trump, but he's also an amazing dad. Ron loves playing with the kids.
Build the wall.
He reads stories.
Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired." I love that part.
He's teaching Madison to talk.
Make America great again.
People say Ron's all Trump, but he is so much more.
Big league. So good.
I just thought you should know.
Ron DeSantis for governor.
So that was for his first campaign to become governor. Okay. He latched himself to Trump so hard that any further, political climbing that he could have done would have had to have been in the shadow of Donald Trump. And everybody recognized that. But when Trump wasn't completely forthcoming with whether he was going to run or whether he wasn't going to run for 2024, DeSantis had to like make this decision. It's like, either I run now and possibly have to run against Trump. How am I going to overcome that when my entire political identity is based around Trump? And if I don't run now, what happens in 8 years when Trumpism is likely, either dying out or dead? How do I get elected at that point? This was his only chance at running for president in the context of like what he's, associated himself with. And so he had to run. Because if he waited, then there likely wouldn't be this Trumpist fucking faction to support him. And now we see the end result, right? Now we see the end result. Ron DeSantis. Let's just read at least a little bit of this article, right? DeSantis suspended his Republican presidential campaign Sunday just before the New Hampshire primary and endorsed Donald Trump, ending a White House bid that failed to meet expectations that he would emerge as a serious challenger to the former president. See, they don't even say that he was a serious challenger. Oof. It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance, he said in a video posted on X. DeSantis derided former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, long his closest rival for second place in the primary race, saying Republicans can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear, a repackaged form of warmed-over corporatism that Nikki Haley represents. Just want to remind you guys, if he's implying, once again, if he's implying that, Nikki Haley is just sitting there sucking the dick of corporations, giving them anything that they want, bro, look how you started, bro.
President Joe, an amazing dad. Ron loves playing with the kids.
Build the wall.
He reads stories.
Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired."
So much more.
Big league.
You dressed your baby. You dressed your infant child in a Make America Great Again little onesie. You can't say that, other people are sucking other people's dicks, sucking corporations' dicks, when your entire political political life started, basically, or at least your widely known political life, started with you fucking branding your children with slogans of your main rival, okay? And now you're endorsing him. It's fucking crazy. The ambitious big state governor entered the 2024 presidential contest with major advantages in his quest to take on Trump. An early primary poll suggested DeSantis was in a strong position to do just that. He and his allies amassed a political fortune well in excess of $100 million, and he boasted a significant legislative record on issues important to many conservatives, like abortion and the teaching of race and gender issues in school. Man, $100 million down the fucking shitter, dude. $100 million down the shitter. Holy fuck. Also, I'm not looking at chat super hard right now because I'm just, basking in what's going on. Okay. But, let's take a moment in silence for Ron's campaign by taking a look at his best hits. Uh-oh. Wait, America's sweetheart Ron DeSantis is hanging up his heels and suspending his presidential campaign. Take a look back with us at his spectacular disaster of a campaign. Laugh at what was, enjoy what could have been.
Hi, how are you guys? Good to see you. So what do you got? Go right over here? Yes. Okay.
Wait, what the fuck just happened?
Wow, look at this. You guys said hi, how are you guys? Good to see you. So what do you got? Go right over here? Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Is there anything DeSantis could do to win over your support? No.
We have Trump at or around 60%, and we have DeSantis below 20.
Ron DeSantis has yet to be able to take a Trump voter away from Trump. Make America great again.
DeSantis is Trump light.
And honestly, we have businesses that have been locked down or made in China.
And why go light when you can get the real guy?
Based on polls, he's not doing okay with anything.
DeSantis.
That was a long
polls,
sniff,
he's not doing okay with anything.
Good God.
DeSantis.
DeSantis would apparently tell dates he likes Thai food, but pronounced it thigh.
It smells really good, I'll tell you that.
And if they corrected him, he would make up an excuse and leave because, quote, he didn't want a girlfriend who corrected him.
Ron DeSantis does not like to make eye contact. He does not like human beings. This is a guy who notoriously is short with people.
How would they know?
And is also notoriously short, wearing those high heel boots so that he can look taller.
Okay, think about that. I'm sick of the judgmental stuff.
He's unpleasant.
Want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
The darkness and the weirdness all together is going to make him, I think, very off-putting.
My mom or my wife.
What's with the...
Wait, hold on.
Make him, I think, very off-putting.
My mom or my wife.
I totally missed that one. I've never seen that clip. Can someone find me him saying mommy, please? I want to see him saying mommy in context.
What's with the go-go boots?
Have you ever eaten a chocolate pudding with 3 fingers?
Until, of course, Donald Trump tears his liver out and eats it live on stage.
I'll show you falling behind a Trump. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired." I love that part.
Oh, that's rough. That's rough. Okay, one more DeSantis meme, okay? Ron DeSantis pudding. Oh, damn it. Or is it going to be hard to find the actual... Oh, here it is. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it's not. Why is it so hard to find the pudding thing? I remember trying to find it before.
Content of this advertising. Ron DeSantis loves sticking his fingers where they don't belong. And we're not just talking about pudding. DeSantis has his dirty fingers all over senior...
I just want to say, really quick, favorite attack ad of all time. favorite attack ad of all time.
Entitlements, like cutting Medicare, slashing Social Security, even raising our retirement age. Tell Ron DeSantis to keep his pudding fingers off our money. Oh, and somebody get this man a spoon.
Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising.
God, there's so much that's good with that. There's so much. The idea he's kind of like eating shit, right? The fact that he's gross. The things that don't stick his fingers. It's just a perfect attack ad of the modern era. Okay. Anyways, I guess as like a little end cap to the segment. I give it 3 months maximum in a perfect world before Haley drops out. We're not going to see her poll numbers go up for this. Okay. She's at 12.3%. I'm going to make a prediction. And you know what? I hope that I'm wrong. But I'm going to make a prediction right now that if anything, Haley's support goes down over the next, month or two. Now, I'm hopeful that, while I disagree with Haley and I think that, I would much rather have Joe Biden in office, right? Haley's probably of the people that were remaining, Haley was probably the most mentally stable, realistic human being in the race that actually, had name recognition, right? Christie, dude has his controversies, okay? Tim Scott, I think, he never had a chance. Asa Hutchinson probably was the best human being up on those stages in terms of just like moral character that I like, as far as I know about the guy. Seems like he had the strongest moral character, but he dropped out a long time ago. So here we are. Haley probably going to max out at 15% if it grows, but I wouldn't bet on it. All right, end segment. Hey, you know what? That was the first off the cuff segment I've done in a long time that just kind of worked. Okay, let me catch up with what you guys are saying. He needs more of this. What is this? Oh, I vaguely remember
Good morning,
this.
ladies and gentlemen. This is your governor speaking.
Hello?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your governor speaking. Today's training evolution, dogfighting, taking on the corporate media. The rules of engagement are as...
Is the video just fucked up, or is it my internet? Refresh. One more time. We'll try it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your governor speaking.
All right, fucked up video, not watching. Boo. Alrighty. I'm not sure. I think the people who would pick DeSantis over Trump might pick Haley over Trump. Absolutely not. Yeah, thanks, Ron. But yeah, no, absolutely not. The people that chose DeSantis over Trump liked DeSantis because he was like Trump, but possibly more electable. They didn't choose him because they didn't like Donald Trump. They like Donald Trump, but they would rather have Ron DeSantis. But now that he's out of the race, they're all going to Trump. They're all going to Trump. There might be 1 or 2% that hate Donald Trump that supported DeSantis because he was the most conservative on the stage. So maybe she gets to 14, but the rest are all going to Trump. 100%. 100%. Are you ready for the epic showdown? I just realized that noise in the background is fucking Factorio. I just realized. Well, we'll get to Factorio again in a second.
Multiple times last last night, Trump is at a rally.
You know, Nikki Haley,
And he's going on and on mentioning me multiple times as to why I didn't handle January 6th better.
Nikki Haley is in charge of security. We offered her 10,000 people. They don't want to talk about that.
I wasn't in office then.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck is he talking about?
Confused.
You have voter ID to buy a loaf of bread. You have...
Why the fuck are people not hammering Donald Trump on all of these unbelievable misspeaks? Biden, every speech that he has, people analyze every single fucking pause and comma that he has in the entire speech. Trump says that we took over the airports in the American Revolution. Why are we not getting every single fucking clip of this dumb motherfucker saying crazy, stupid, retard shit and then plastering them everywhere? Cognitive decline? Like, if anything, Trump has a much greater reason for all of the, like, cognitive decline than Biden does, right? Like, Biden's old, Trump is old as well. But Biden doesn't often fuck up, names of people quite this bad. And, like, if we're trying to figure out the reasons why, like, Biden's probably old. Trump is hellishly fucking stressed out over all of his what do you call it? Court cases, over the election, over all the press that he gets. Like, he's probably has quite the abnormal amount of attention on him, quite an unnatural amount of stress on him, which is probably contributing heavily to cognitive decline. Is he going to go to war with a country like we have no problem with because he gets confused? I mean, is it going to pardon the wrong guy because he thinks it's a friend, not some random serial killer? Like, I don't think it would go that far, but, like, imagine him being in negotiations with a hostile nation and then fucking up his statement super severely and then taking that really badly. Like, that could happen. Or he could just say some stupid retard shit and make us all look retarded for having elected him.
Voter ID to buy a loaf of bread. You have ID to buy a loaf of bread. What?
What?
What is? I'm driving over a road where it's almost all paper. And you can see paper. I know paper. I know cans. But all the time now we see whales washing up on shore because of the wind. Our veterans don't have cell phones, do they?
What?
I know cans. But all the time now we see whales washing up on shore because of the wind.
Am I missing a fucking major news story? Where the fuck is that coming from?
Our veterans don't have cell phones, do they?
He got confused. He got confused and said he was running against Obama. He never ran against Obama.
And we did with Obama. We won an election that everyone said couldn't be won.
Obama he doesn't want to talk about it.
Well, you mean President Biden. So,
Don't put our country at risk like this.
Jesus Christ. Vote, not just ID to buy bread. Voter ID to buy bread in Biden's America. Bro. Fortunately, as par for the course, it is normal for the Republicans for somebody to attack your wife and nobody look bad at the other person's character. Trump has a long history of abusing amphetamines. Oh, does he really? I take all of the more extreme statements about Trump or like allegations about Trump with a heavy grain of salt, because there is a fuckload of things that people say about him, right? Like, there's the people that say that he wears diapers and that he routinely shits himself in front of other people.
Obama. Obama.
So fucking stupid. Okay. Let's get rid of some of these tabs here. I want to see how long it takes 538 to update DeSantis dropped out. God, that's so rough, dude. That's so rough. Infra Haas? Oh, God, why? Bad news for MAGA. While many are celebrating DeSantis dropping out and endorsing Trump, this is in fact not a good sign. Firstly, the fact that so many swamp monsters like Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham endorsed him was telling. The fact that the establishment GOP saving grace DeSantis has endorsed Trump means for sure that the GOP wing of the bankster class believes believes one of three things: that Nikki Haley or some other Republican will defeat Trump, that how does this follow from this? So the establishment GOP people that were endorsing DeSantis thinks that Nikki Haley or some other Republican will defeat Trump. How does that logically follow at all? That the Democrats will defeat him, that Trump will, just as he did before, do their bidding. Where the fuck does he get any of this? 1 and 2 just do not seem likely to me. I think they are banking on 3. I don't think anybody thinks that. Imagine the power of the MAGA movement with its unwavering trust and loyalty to Trump coming indirectly under the control of the ruling class. There's also data to suggest that this time around, Trump is being boosted less by the blue-collar working class and more by white-collar Republicans. All of these are not good signs for people who believed MAGA will humble the elites. In 2016, they did their best using the media to destroy it as ruthlessly as possible. So they will try to do the next best thing, hijack it and utilize it for their own purposes to undercut constitutional hurdles to their agenda. If they succeed, the MAGA movement will be neutralized, possibly turned into something far worse. This post doesn't make any fucking sense. MAGA communism was never about cheerleading Trump. It was exactly about clarifying the conflicts of interest within MAGA between the workers and the elites trying to manipulate it. Genuine anti-establishment forces within MAGA should be ringing all the alarms and create grassroots pressure on Trump so that he won't compromise with the swamp. We will see. It is so, like, it is so strange to me how Haas I'm trying to find like the quickest way of explaining what I'm thinking. It's like Haas appeals to the same baseline kind of person that Trump appeals to. But where Trump appeals to people by, giving speeches, at a 5th grade reading level, like if you read his speeches, it's a 5th grade reading level or lower than that even. Haas throws as many fucking, vocab words from the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital as he can to make his viewers feel smarter than they actually are. Like, this post doesn't make any sense. And like maybe this half right here makes sense in a vacuum, but all the rest of it doesn't like follow from one statement to the next. I don't know. Trump court footage? What? Never before seen footage released from Trump's April 2023 civil fraud trial deposition. During his deposition, the former president claimed that if he had not been elected president, the country would have suffered nuclear war and that his handling of North Korea prevented a nuclear holocaust and saved millions of lives.
So you were too busy for the company?
In a way, yeah.
To the form.
Yeah, I think you could say it. It's another way of saying it. I was very busy. I considered this the most important job in the world, saving millions of lives. I think you would have had nuclear holocaust if I didn't deal with North Korea. I think you would have had a nuclear war if I weren't elected. And I think you might have a nuclear war now, if you want to know the truth.
I'm not going to use my 7 hours on nuclear war.
I understand what he's ultimately saying, Shodan, but like, Haas is just such an... He appears intelligent until you like think about what he's saying.
But
no, I know that. No.
Can I ask though? It sounds.
And also, him saying the establishment aligning with Trump implies they don't see him as a threat is completely missing the reality of the situation. They're aligning with him because he is a threat. If they don't align with him, they will not be reelected. So he's wrong on that count. If you're a Republican right now, you have to either be very soft on Trump or you have to align with him. But you can never outright attack him. Otherwise, you'll be seen as anti-Trump, and therefore you'll lose your next election and you'll lose power. That's why all of them align with him, or, refrain from commenting.
Sounds like maybe a few things might bubble up. You said you were very rarely involved. Were there things that sort of came to your attention during your presidency that you recall?
I can virtually not think of anything.
Of what?
I know that. No.
Can I ask, though, it sounds like maybe a few things might bubble up. You said you were very rarely involved. Were there things that sort of came to your attention during your presidency that you recall?
I can virtually not think of anything. I would say the thing that I was most involved is telling them just don't do deals. We don't need deals. We have a lot of property. They're great properties. Run them. And, we have great properties. We have the Mona Lisas of properties.
So you were too busy for the company?
We have the Mona Lisas of properties that we so heavily lied about what their actual valuation, or so heavily lied about the value of these, that we're now losing our right to do business in New York. Yeah, the Mona Lisas of properties. So true, King. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, we're done with this. Probably done with that. Let's see what this is. I want to also, we need to go to Wick stream. Let me see here. Wick did a debate last night with Synth about the highway of death that lasted 6 minutes. You should be thankful. Also, especially, I don't feel like it's as bad nowadays, but fuck, dude. Look at the, how pale his eyelids are compared to his face. That's so fucking, okay. For me personally, it's gross, okay? But it's also fucking embarrassing, okay? Get someone to do your makeup better or something. Make your eyelids match the rest of your face so that we don't have to see how fucking, pallid and decrepit your necrotic fucking flesh is underneath the fucking spray tan. Damn, dude. No more threats. No more threats. Let me see here. All right. Okay. How is chat feeling? Kick chat, how are you doing? YouTube chat, how are you guys doing? Okay. Also,
to say is that I've learned this from.
I listened to a good chunk of this at work today, I think, or I might have finished it. I don't remember. It didn't sound like they had much of a resolution, but it didn't even sound like she had an argument whatsoever the entire fucking conversation.
That is true. The special bone with Islam. That is true right now, for sure.
Good.
Okay.
Good. The second thing that I want to say is that I've learned this from arguing. I will say I didn't say that a lot, so I don't know if you know, but I'm actually kind of am autistic. And when you say things that like I didn't literally say, I will say I didn't say that. So if that happens, I understand that can be frustrating. It's because I try to be very precise with my language, and people will try to like rephrase what I'm saying, and I'll feel like they're not fully understanding my point. So
she looks like she's doing a lot better, doesn't she, guys? Jesus Christ.
I apologize if that happens. I'm not trying to dodge or lie.
There's a clip of her calling herself low functioning in this conversation? Because if there is, I can go to transcript and I can control F, okay? I'd love to see her call herself low functioning. I think it's a separate thing. Ah, shame. What's that? How did this conversation end? I can't even remember.
True, that's very bad. So I understand that people might come and say, I'm a representative of this religion, but they might not be. And different people practice differently and have different interpretations. So it's very clear that just because the Catholic Church chose to be a violent religion, a lot of people today would tell you, actually, they weren't following Jesus's teaching very well, and we don't like that they did that. That wasn't very Christian of them, you know? It's different interpretations. It's not complicated. You just choose whose word do you take. Religion is just about...
Oh, wait, is that what it was? Katie didn't say that as Destiny typed what she was saying? Hold on, let me see, like...
To say is that I've learned this from arguing. I will say I didn't say that a lot, so I don't know if you know, but I have the exact same issues. Don't come up.
Sure.
No.
Okay.
And I did also say that I think you have a special bone with Islam, and that's why Islam comes up in a way that other religions who have the exact same issues don't come up.
Sure. That is true. The special bone with Islam. That is true right now, for sure.
Good.
Okay.
Good. The second thing that I want to say is that I've learned this from arguing. I will say I didn't say that a lot, so I don't know if you know, but I'm actually kind of am autistic. And when you say things that...
Him calling her out later is later in the vid. Gotcha. Alrighty. Let's see. Where are we going to next? I'm sorry, it never gets old. All right. See if they've removed DeSantis yet. 538 still hasn't removed DeSantis. She does not have an official diagnosis. You know what? I will say, of the people who say that they're autistic and don't have a diagnosis, I do believe Katie is autistic. Okay. That's probably an example of accurate self-diagnosis. Okay. Highway of Hell isn't a war crime. That's right. Okay. So just for a little bit, this was the Highway of Death. All right. Look at that picture. Ouchie. It's a huge, what do you call it? A highway between Kuwait and Iraq. And in the 90s, when we went to war with Iraq during Desert Storm, we blew the fuck out of the Iraqi military, okay? They were all retreating along this highway. We bombed the front of the column so that they couldn't continue moving forward, and then we just bombed all the way back. How many? 200 to 1,000 plus killed, 2,000 captured, 1,800 to 2,700 vehicles destroyed or abandoned. They fucking wrecked them. Yes, the good Iraq War. Okay. Now, I don't know a lot about this whatsoever, but there was a fight on Twitter the other day. Maybe we can. Here, 1 second. Let's just open up a new tab. Twitter. Okay, it's got to take us to Rob's. Wick TV. And then let's find the... So Descrub King, old streamer, Destiny or former Destiny orbiter, etc., said, "Today I learned there are literally 0 documented civilian deaths from the Highway of Death incident. This whole time, my understanding of the event was that it was a legitimate military strike with some unfortunate collateral damage that a lot of dumb people think was a war crime. But no, there wasn't even collateral damage. There's literally nothing to complain about." So Synth quote tweeted this, and there was a lot of discourse about this for some reason, out of fucking nowhere. Wait, it wasn't out of nowhere. If we open up another Twitter tab and we go to Hasan Abi, hopefully, oh, damn it, that's right. I forgot that he blocked me on my old Twitter. 1 second, let's open up a private window and see if we can find the tweet, or if it's gonna tell us to sign up or some shit. Let's see here. Fuck off. Scroll down. Wait, hold on. This is not in order. How do I make it show up in order? Fuck. Hasan Abi Highway. And let's copy link address. And let's go to an private window. And let's see if we can see. Let's go back. There we go. This was what caused people to freak the fuck out over the Highway of Death. Damn, that's some crazy shit right there, right? American exceptionalism at its finest. They said, example of U.S. air superiority from Operation Desert Storm. The Houthis would benefit from not pushing buttons. Based? Based? This was an American war crime on retreating forces and civilians called the Highway of Death, where A-6 intruder jets bombed the front of the vehicle column to cause a pileup, boxing in thousands of cars they kept bombing for 10 hours straight. You Polish government-funded fascist freak. Okay, I don't know a lot about the incident at hand. We'll look at it. We'll look at the Wikipedia, all right? But I just want to think about this for a second. The assumption here is that there were, a bunch of civilians that were bombed as well, that they didn't really discern between civilian and military targets, et cetera, et cetera. But this was a major military convoy going up the highway. I want to know, were there any civilians on that highway just driving alongside a convoy of an army that was invading their country? Like, where are we getting this idea that there are civilians involved in this, right? Like, there could be, right? It could be the fact that they were driving down this way and they were driving up that way. That's possible, driving right next to the invading force, I guess. But it seems really, really unlikely for me, personally. It just seems insane. But, okay, Chief. So, anyway, Synth jumped on the train of talking about it. Said, no, there weren't only Iraq and PLO. No, there weren't only Iraq and PLO collaborators. Gotcha. Well, we'll look into it. We'll see. Okay. Genuinely wild how many of these DGG 40 IQers will just make up shit regarding historical events. Do you think the hostages are just immune to airstrike damage? Do you think it's not a war crime to attack troops who are out of combat? Why not talk about things you won't research? All right. This is my hot take. All right. I don't hate Synth. I think that Synth is generally a chill person. As long as you're not debating them about something. And I don't know what well, hold on. Okay, no pronouns. And I never understand what pronouns to use for Synth, all right? Try to be as respectful as possible. So they're a debate pedo. This is what I'll say about Synth. I think that Synth engages in the type of debate that I think is hyper autistic, and it's like turning debate into a math equation. And I don't think that kind of debate, unless you're just going there for the information, I guess, right? Like, unless you're equipped with the kind of mind that can see through rhetoric and you just want the information. It's probably a better way to phrase that, but hopefully it makes sense. It's like debate as a math skill. And I think it's hyper autistic, and I don't think that it convinces anyone. I think it's a little bit masturbatory. I also think that it makes you defend things that you wouldn't actually defend. You're going to sit there and defend shit that you don't believe. Is basically what it will make you do, right? Like, since one of Synth's friends, Phenomics, debated me about the Tennessee bill that they were claiming would essentially criminalize being trans in public. That's what their argument was. And we go through it, and we go through the language, and we go through like the specific words that were the most important words in the entire bill that was passed. And the level of engagement or the level of argumentation that this person was on was like, what if you were like within, scent range, right? Like you could smell them, right? Do you think that would be a public, are you now a part of a public display, right? Like this person's a perfume hawker, right? And they're doing it in public. If you smell it, are you not a part of that, public display? And it's like, no, you're taking in the public display, but you're not part of it, right? If someone does a drag show, right, and you're not participating in the drag show in public, they can't arrest you, right? You're not a part of it. If you're a viewer of it, you're not participating in the actual action. Passively watching something does not implicate you as a participant. But they couldn't back off of the position that they held. And then they called me retarded. So that's why I don't like that kind of debate, bro. Okay? I don't necessarily think it's completely without merit, but He drags every debate panel down. He says there was zero energy. I disagree with that. I feel like Synth is hyper aggressive, interrupts nonstop, then throws a fit when people don't agree with him. I would rather rope than freely watch a debate of theirs. Gotcha. If you are paid to watch it, it means you paid for it. Wait, what the fuck does that mean? Anyways, so that's like my broad, feeling on Synth. I don't hate Synth. And I thought it was interesting. I thought, you know what? I would love to see a debate on this. Lucky me. If you are paid to watch it, it means you paid for it. If you are paid to watch it? Are you saying that there are two people involved in this? Okay, you're triggering me. And you're fucking wrong. So I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say. I'm just going to say that you're wrong. All right. Wick said, oh, you're retarded. I get it. No civilians died here. In fact, not very many military people died here. And yes, attacking retreating soldiers is legal and allowed. Have you looked into this at all? Wick, last time we talked on your stream, you got dumpstered. Down to do it again on this issue? In the meantime, feel free to provide me with a single reputable source that says no civilians died. And I never said it's illegal to attack retreating soldiers. Read again, Tard. Okay, here's where we can see immediately where this is going to go, right? And this is why I want to watch the full debate, because I watched a little bit of it, and then I was like, it was bad, okay? Feel free to provide me with a single reputable source that says no civilians died. Synth is the one making the claim that civilians did die. And I feel like Synth, someone who is hyper into logic and debate, would know that if you're the one making the claim, you have to fucking post the evidence. And wouldn't it be impossible to prove that no civilians died, but it would be fairly easy to prove that some civilians did die? Yeah, proving a negative. Like, how the fuck is that supposed to work? So, if you think that's what happened, you're welcome back on literally any time to dumpster me again. These people, gang, just make shit up. They do no research, and they rely on confidence to get them through. I wouldn't say that about Synth, but I would say instead of relying on confidence, it would be relying on debate experience and a grasp of logical argumentation, right? Please show me a single body. Give me a name. Name one civvy who died here. So what's your streaming schedule like, little bro? 6 p.m. works. Now, before we watch it, we can look at the aftermath. It took 6 minutes to dumpster you again with the world's simplest argument for why we shouldn't trust the eyewitnesses. You are genuinely ass at this and should pick a different hobby. So let's see what the debate actually went down like. Just for our background knowledge, Highway of Death is a 6-lane highway between Kuwait and Iraq, officially known as Highway 80. It runs from Kuwait City to the border town of Safwan in Iraq, and then onto the Iraqi city of Basra. The road was used by Iraqi, the Iraqi armored divisions for the 1990 invasion of Kuwait. It was repaired after the Gulf War and used by U.S. and British forces in the initial stages of the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Oof. That's got to hurt a little bit. When you pay for an event, you go watch. It's not the same as just watching something. Yeah, of course. You can argue it was morally bad, but not legally. I don't even know if you can call it morally bad, but we'll see, because I don't know much about it at all. All right. During the American-led coalition offensive in the Persian Gulf War, American, Canadian, British, and French aircraft and ground forces attacked retreating Iraqi military personnel attempting to leave Kuwait on the night of February 26 and 27, 1991. Also, we should see the Gulf War lasted until the 17th of January, 1991. Oh, no, 28th of February, 1991. Yeah. All right, got you. So they surrendered the next day. So they were still active combatants because they had declared war. Retreating does not mean that you are not a combatant. Surrendering means that you are no longer a combatant. So they were retreating, not surrendering yet, resulting in the destruction of hundreds of vehicles and the deaths of many of their occupants. Between 1,400 and 2,000 vehicles were hit or abandoned on the main Highway 80 north of Al-Jawra. The scenes of devastation on the road are some of the most recognizable images of the war, and it has been suggested that they were a factor in President George H.W. Bush's decision to declare a cessation of hostilities the next day. Many Iraqi forces successfully escaped across the Euphrates River, and the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency estimated that upwards of 70 to 80,000 troops from defeated divisions in Kuwait might have fled into Basra, evading capture. All right. Controversies. The attacks were controversial. Okay, let's read what these controversies are, and then we'll watch the debate. With some commentators arguing they represented disproportionate use of force, saying that the Iraqi forces were retreating from Kuwait in compliance with the original UN Resolution 660 of August 2nd, 1990, and that the column included Kuwaiti hostages. What does this lead us to? Okay, thank you. Well, we don't need to... Okay, we can look at that here in a second. And civilian refugees. The refugees were reported to have included women and children, family members of pro-Iraqi PLO-aligned Palestinian militants and Kuwaiti collaborators who had fled shortly before returning. Kuwaiti authorities pressured nearly 200,000 Palestinians to leave Kuwait. Really? Activist and former United States, Ramsey Clark, argued that these attacks violated the Third Geneva Convention, Common Article 3, which outlaws the killing of soldiers who are out of combat. Okay, so maybe it is a war crime. We'll have to see. Clark included it in his 1991 report, War Crimes, a report on United States war crimes against Iraq to the Commission of the... Okay, gotcha. Alleged that a platoon of U.S. Bradley fighting vehicles from the 1st Brigade opened fire at a large group of more than 350 disarmed Iraqi soldiers who had surrendered at a makeshift military checkpoint after fleeing the devastation of on Highway 8 on February 27th, apparently hitting some or all of them. They too were fired on from the same vehicles and barely fled by car during the incident. Journalist Georgie Ann Geyser criticized Hearst's article, saying that he offered no real proof at all that such charges, which were aired, investigated, and then dismissed by the military after the war, are true. For the U.S. military, police were deployed to guard the wreckage. Looting of functional Iraqi weapons took place. One second. I flew from my home in Paris. Tanks, armored cars, trucks, autos, even stolen Kuwaiti fire trucks littering the highway. Okay. So it doesn't actually ever say that there were civilian casualties. Okay, let's look at this. Oh shit, it was 10. Let's see, super quick, if time cites any kind of proof that there were civilians if the archive decides to load. I don't think it will. Oh, hey! The pictures were amongst the most stunning to come out of the Gulf War. Mile after mile burned, smashed, blah, blah, blah. Pulling out of Kuwait exactly as the U.S. warned them to. Weren't the Iraqis in those vehicles pulling out of Kuwait exactly as the U.S. wanted them to? Did the American planes that wreaked this carnage really have to keep up the bloody assaults on an already beaten foe? Absolutely, say American officers. The aim of the U.S.-led coalition at that point was not just to punish or to push Saddam Hussein's army out of Kuwait, but also to destroy their offensive capability that had made it a regional menace. A great deal of that offensive capability consisted of vehicles on the road to Basra. The Iraqis driving them in many cases were members of Saddam's Republican Guard who at least initially were conducting an orderly fighting retreat. Oh, an orderly fighting retreat. So they were not out of combat. The Allies were determined to give them no breathing space to pull themselves together and make a stand or to regroup for an assault on the American army, which had cut them off to the north and stood between them and Basra. The Iraqi army armor was heading away from one battle but towards another. In any case, many a general has bitterly rued the day he let a beaten enemy army get away to turn around and fight again. True enough, the tanks and armored cars got tangled up with civilian vehicles. These were mostly driven by Iraqi soldiers bugging out from Kuwait City, carrying along staggering loads of loot and Kuwaiti civilians apparently to be used as hostages. Did find some cars and trucks with burned bodies, but also many vehicles that had been abandoned. Their occupants had fled on foot. The American planes often did not fire at them. That some Kuwaiti civilians who had been kidnapped by the fleeing Iraqis probably also perished on what became the highway of death is a true tragedy, which proves once more that even in an era of precision weapons, war is hell. It can be civilized to some extent by rules of conduct, but the most humane thing to do is end it as quickly as possible. Well, I would say that destroying the entire military capability of Iraq in 10 hours probably probably ended it very quickly. But here's the footage. It's safe. Oh, we have footage of the actual fucking...
Carnage. Webster's dictionary defines it as great and bloody slaughter.
Did Saddam Hussein actually watch anime, though? You know that man. You know that man was watching some fucking Dragon Ball Z, okay? You know he was on some crazy shit back then.
Usually taking place in battle. Most of us have never seen true carnage with our own eyes, and find it hard to imagine anything more than what we've seen in the movies. But carnage wasn't a term coined by someone who watched gory films. It comes from real life and occurs in our world even today. This photo, taken by Dennis Block in 1991, depicts such carnage. During the United Nations coalition offensive in the Gulf War, American aircraft and ground forces intercepted and attacked retreating Iraqi forces, destroying over 2,000 vehicles on the night of February 26th. When dawn broke, this was the sight that lay over.
Also, I'm no military, tactician, but if you're trying to retreat and you're going along one road and you don't have air superiority, wouldn't the obvious thing to avoid be to have everyone retreating in one convoy where they can bomb the front and then take you out in the middle and have everyone bunched up this close? Like, I am a Monday morning quarterback on this shit, or Monday morning coaching or whatever the fuck. But like, why the fuck would you do this? I mean, there might have been like an actual good reason for doing it this way, or maybe it was their only option. But like, damn, dude, you kind of set yourself up for
over the land.
Destruction, right?
Ruined vehicles littering the desert. Oil.
He's kind of like Luffy if you think about it. Unironically, I think he did kind of have like half a memory. Like a half memory? What do you mean about that? Just kills me because, with history, had played out differently. The same people would be criticizing this attack on the highway, would be crying that we didn't do it. I don't know. These people, because the Ba'athist party that Saddam was in charge of, they were like quasi-socialists, so...
And debris covering the ground like blood pooling beneath a gunshot victim. Hundreds upon hundreds of mangled trucks, semis, and other vehicles bake in the wasteland sun, a chilling depiction of how very destructive war can be. But then, a cruel realization takes hold. In each of...
Okay, this is just an image that we've already seen. I wonder if there's actual, like, video.
Meanwhile,
here, 3 minutes.
A long column of Iraqi troops loaded down with military equipment and stolen goods beat a hasty retreat out of Kuwait. They fled along the road to Basra, now better known as the Highway of Death.
The head of the Kuwaiti underground called me and he says they're leaving. He was crying. I started crying. And then we said, we need to stop this exodus because this is military capability which may be turned around and brought back into play in a few years.
The Iraqis that were in Kuwait, from the top person to the lowest person, were the most brutal individuals that societies had to deal with since World War II.
Wait, hold on. Who is this fellow? Who covered up his name?
The most brutal individuals
Does it...
that societies had to deal
He looks a little bit like Newt Gingrich. I thought that was like him from the 90s.
with since World War II. So when the call came that they were taking their equipment and cars and trucks and exiting, I called Colonel Bull Baker and I said, I want you to get 12 air crews and I want you to personally take them to the airplane. Tell them they only have to do one thing. Go to Kuwait City, go north on Highway 6 and stop the convoy.
F-15Es boxed the convoy in by bombing vehicles at the front and the end of the column. Then bombers and helicopter gunships went down the 2-mile-long line of traffic and methodically blew up every single vehicle.
Jesus Christ.
It was one of the most controversial events of the war.
There were some Iraqis who were killed, but I was there at that point when the Iraqi truck engines were still running. Nobody in them, but the engine was running. So they weren't stupid. They had seen air coming down the column and they'd bailed out and escaped over in the marsh and ultimately made their way back into Iraq. So it really wasn't the highway of death, per se.
That was the most horrible scene I've ever seen in my life. And all you can see is destroyed equipment and corpses. A few meters away from me, there was a tank covered with corpses, still freshly killed. Their blood was dripping. And the whole tank was covered with corpses and blood.
How?
Faced with the grim results, some wondered if overwhelming force had mutated into overkill.
That created a sense that we were beating up on these Iraqis who were just simply trying to flee the battlefield. It did not convey the sense about defanging the Iraqis sufficiently so that they stay.
The more I learn about Middle East history, the more I feel like Middle Eastern people are just bad at war. Well, the problem is the people that, like the wars that we care about and that we look into and all that shit, it's against places like the United States, right? Where we have so much more capability than them. So much greater capability. I don't know if they're bad at war or if they simply just lacked the technological and logistical, advantages that we had. But I don't know. Again, I'm not like a military historian or anything, so. Damn, I need to either close out Factorio or play it. We'll close it out for a second.
In their box for at least 10 years. So I had no problem with what we did on the so-called highway of death or destruction.
But in Washington, the political leadership feared that more scenes like the destruction on the road to Basra would tarnish what was amounting to a picture-perfect victory.
Okay, so is there anything that Okay. Death toll of the attack remains unknown. British journalist Robert Fisk said they lost count of the Iraqi corpses crammed into the smoldering wreckage or slumped face down in the sand at the main site and saw hundreds of corpses strewn up the road all the way to the Iraqi border. American journalist Bob Drogan reported seeing scores of dead soldiers in and around the vehicles. Fewer than 10,000 people rode in the cut-off main caravan, and when the bombing started, most simply left their vehicles to escape through the desert or into the nearby swamps, where some died from their wounds and some were later taken prisoner. The often reported low estimate of the numbers killed in the attack is 200 to 300, reported by journalist Michael Kelly, who personally counted 37 bodies, but a minimum death toll of at least 500 to 600 seems more plausible. It doesn't seem like there were any civilian casualties that are actually corroborated by anyone. Like they don't even have, allegedly there were, except for one person quoting that, right? Or was it? Oh, it was the one Time magazine thing, right? No real proof that all such charges, which were aired, investigated, and then dismissed by the military after the war, are true. 13. One second. Here's what I make of this. Hirsch was the journalist who broke the My Lai massacre story, and he's looking for another in all the wrong places. He cannot possibly like a man such as Miss McCaffrey. McCaffrey? Who is so temperamentally and philosophically different from him, and who loves being a soldier and commander. Hirsch also may want to get McCaffrey, as is charged in some of the letters, for his role in this administration's drug czar, and especially for his enthusiastic leadership of the U.S. anti-drug war in Colombia. Okay, actually, let's just read this whole article. I'm so curious. Wait, this massacre happened in a foreign country? Wait, yeah, of course. Wait, McCaffrey might love being a soldier, but this antivirus software is shit? What are you talking about? Sorry, am I losing my fucking mind? Please watch this epic shit to own the lefties. Okay.
In the early hours of January the 17th, 1991, hundreds of coalition aircraft took to the skies and headed for their targets.
Operation Desert Storm had begun. British RAF pilots in low-flying Tornado aircraft carried bombs designed to crater Iraqi runways. The Americans' first target was Iraq's capital. From the rooftops of Baghdad, 3,000 anti-aircraft guns fired into the night. Flying.
Did we lose how many people did we lose in the? Okay, this is our corner. Casualties 13,488. I wish it broke it down by how many Americans died. 1 million plus soldiers, 600,000 in Kuwait, 5,500 tanks, 700 plus aircraft, 3,000 artillery systems on the Iraqi side. Then we had 950,000 soldiers. Why don't they list how many tanks this side had? Okay. How many Americans died first Gulf War? I'm so curious. $219 U.S. casualties, 154 were killed in battle, and 65 died from non-battle causes. What does that mean? Damn. So we had the most in the coalition that died. You should watch Jarhead on Kick. It does a good job showing the power differential. I will never watch a movie on stream. Sorry. It's just it'll never happen. Not just because of the ramifications of it, but also just because I can't even watch a 30-minute YouTube video with you guys without losing my fucking train of thought, okay? Or getting bored. All right, we're not getting through a whole movie. And also, the only thing I know about Jarhead is that there's a scene, I guess, where they fight scorpions. Like, they catch scorpions and they make them fight against each other. I haven't personally seen that, but I was with a friend at some ranch in Texas, which I don't even know where in Texas we were. It was a long time ago. And they wanted to go hog hunting because the hogs were tearing up this guy's ranch. And so I was just tagging along. And there were scorpions there, and they caught 2 scorpions to make them fight like in Jarhead, which made me a little uncomfortable. Just seemed a little morally dubious, but, you know, I was the only one that didn't want to do it, so they ended up doing it, and they put them in a box, but it was just one of those, like, Ozarka water bottle boxes, you know, the ones that are only about, like, this tall, and they're long. And, bro, I was sitting at the table, and they put those 2 fucking scorpions in the box. They didn't fight. You know what they did? They ran immediately out of the fucking box and into my fucking lap. 2 scorpions just landed right on my dick. I don't think I've ever moved so fast in my entire fucking life, getting the fuck away. All right. Stood up, brushed myself off, screaming, slapping my fucking, you know, my pants. Jesus fucking Christ. Never, ever, ever try to fight animals. It will be instant karma, even if you're not the one that wanted to do it. Okay. Jesus. Kind of wonder if it's their, wait, hold on. I wonder if it's their blind faith in God, like they just believe everything is going to work out because Allah wants them to win. No, I don't think it's nearly like that. We're Russians and Americans. We leave nothing to luck when it comes to war. I was like hardcore on the American side when I thought it was inside of Iraq. Well, they were in Kuwait. The Iraqis invaded Kuwait, and then after we, you know, destroyed the fuck out of them, or we basically made it to where they couldn't continue invading Kuwait, they went into a, I guess, according to the articles and the Wikipedia page that we read, seems like they did a fighting retreat, meaning they were still in combat, but they were retreating back towards Iraq, and we blew them up, the invading force. So I don't know why it would change your... I feel like it would be more justifiable, the fact that they were in Kuwait, rather than bombing them in Iraq. But this 2-minute clip shows how the biggest demoralizing force soldiers had to deal with was boredom. Okay, this is the last link, and then we're... Kablooey. All right, now we're watching the debate. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's just make sure I don't get a notification for copyright on YouTube here. All right. Seems like we're good. Seems like we're good. All right. All right. If this turns into a segment, Tron, then cut out watching that, okay? Just because I don't want to get copyright struck. All righty. Let's watch Wick debate synth. I'm sure it'll be fun.
Hey, what's up, bud? Can you hear me? Hey, yeah, give me 1 second. I'm just adjusting my screen and stuff. Hold on. Because I can't see you. Do we get a camera today or no?
No, it's not plugged in.
Okay, that's fine.
Your audio's going crazy for me, though. Can you say something again?
Huh? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. So you're gonna you think that there are no civilian deaths in the highway of death incident?
None that's I've seen evidence for, no.
Okay, you think there's no evidence to suggest there were civilian deaths? Do I have that clear from you?
No compelling evidence, no.
Okay. So in the overall death toll of the war,
To be clear, from everything that we've just read, seems like Wick is actually right. There does not seem to be any verified account of civilians dying.
right, we understand that there ends up being about 3,000 Iraqi deaths. There ends up being about 1,000 confirmed Kuwaiti deaths, 600 missing persons, meaning like the overall death toll in terms of per Iraqi soldier killed to the average civilian death ends up meaning it's about like 1 in 20. 1 in 20 of the death in that war. So what is it about this specific incident that makes you think it's some kind of miracle where no civilian deaths occurred?
A miracle, right?
Yeah, it'd be a statistical miracle for no civilian deaths
in a single strike, right? Do you think that in every single
strike?
Hold on, stop.
No, you're already mistaken. Do you think it's a single strike?
It was 10 hours of bombardment, or well, maybe more than that. But
So
it was,
yes or no, do you think
several
it was a
hours of
single strike?
bombardment. It was on a single target.
I asked you, is it a single strike?
Oh, we're gonna play the pedantic game. Okay,
It's
fair
not a
enough.
pedantic game. I asked you, yes or no, is it a single strike?
Define a strike for me.
You don't know what a strike is?
What do you think a strike is?
Whatever
I wanna
you meant
work
by
your
strike.
definition.
What do you mean by strike?
What do I mean by strike? Military action.
So one military war would be a strike. Okay, I got it. So
Obviously not.
understanding
You
that
could
it's
have
what
many
you're calling
military
one
actions
strike
within
here,
a war.
this still ends up being. Look, do you agree with the approximately 1,000 number of the highway of death, or do you think
200 to 1,000 is reported. 1,000's the high end.
Okay, so if you think it's the case, it's 200 to 1,000. That
Military
means
deaths.
expected losses given the overall estimates of total war military deaths.
One second. I'm messaging Synth. I'll see if Synth wants to talk about this. Yo, my dude, I'm going over your debate with Wick. Would you be down to chat in a little bit to follow up on it? Okay. Now that that's done,
Ends up being about
Let me go back about
1,000, the approximately 1,000 number of the highway of death, or do you think it's
200 to 1,000 is reported. 1,000's the high end.
Okay, so if you think it's the case, it's 200 to 1,000. That
Military
means
deaths.
expected losses given the overall estimates of total war military deaths ends up being it'd be about at least 10 civilians dead. So why is it the case that you at the lower end or at the higher end it ends up being, if you use the 1,000 number, it ends up being it would be is it 1 divided by 5? So it is being 50 deaths. So do you think it's the case that like there through some anomaly it's like this is going to be a drastically lower number than the average for some reason on a major 6-lane highway?
Okay, so you do know this isn't how statistics works, right? There are what 1 in 10 people are gay. So does that mean 1 in 10 people in my chat right now are gay?
On average, the expected value of your chat would be yes, 1 in 10 would be gay. On your chat in particular, is probably higher than that.
It is Twitch. Fair enough. Fair enough.
But
But
answer
you
my
understand
question, please.
how that when you are trying to do this trick where you look,
Sorry,
hey,
there's no trick. I'm gonna
overall,
answer my
over the
question. I don't want
whole war,
participation.
right? Over the whole war, right? We had this was the ratio, right? Fair enough. But then you try to microcosm down into an incident, a limited period of time.
Sorry, I want to answer my question eventually.
Okay, I am answering your question. Maybe you'll listen. Maybe
Are
you'll
you?
learn. Okay.
Okay, I'll wait until you're done. Then I'll
Okay,
ask it again.
Fair enough. So, again, to imply that because over the whole course of the operation, about 5 weeks, right, that we had this amount of deaths, this amount of soldier deaths, this amount of civilian deaths, and so that in this particular frame of time, a much smaller frame of time, right, between February 25th, February 27th, right, or 26th to 28th, I believe it was actually, that, oh, you were saying that it didn't match up with the whole of the war, right? What a miracle it was. That's not a miracle. That's just how statistics work, right? I do you know the basics here? Have you graduated from high school?
Okay, you're claiming that you answered my question with that, right?
Man, they're going straight for the blood sports, aren't they?
What was wrong with what I just said?
Sorry,
what do you disagree with what I just said, actually?
Wick, I want you to answer my question. Do you think you've answered my question with that?
Ask it again.
Can you just be honest with me? Do you even remember the question?
You've asked me a few things. Give me the question.
Just the last one, the one you said you were answering. Do you remember that question?
So you were implying
this is so pathetic.
that this was a statistic that I was saying. Oops.
A statistical anomaly for it to be this much of a massive fucking outlier on a massive 6-lane highway that expands all the way from fucking Kuwait City all the way up to Iraq. It'd be massive. If you think it's the case, this is a wild outlier. I just would like to know, why is this an outlier?
Why is it an outlier? Because it was a limited period of time, a limited target. So yes, in a very small section of a very large war, it was different statistically.
Jesus Christ, I had to crank up the volume at first, but fuck that. Jesus Christ, Wick. Let's drop you down a little bit. Fuck.
Thinking about how stats work. You're so completely confused on how stats work. I guarantee you if I asked you what an SD was, you'd have no idea how to calculate that. You're dead fucking wrong. So just because it's a limited time...
Are you retarded?
Doesn't mean we
like,
don't...
are you literally brain damaged?
Can I ask you a question? Wick, what is an SD?
Again, have you answered my question, or are you retarded?
Come on.
Do you have brain
retarded.
damage?
What is an SD?
Do you have brain damage? Okay,
I've answered your question.
So what does this have to do with your... You're using a statistical argument to say, well, in this instance...
This is pathetic. You don't answer a single question I have for you. You continue
because your questions are retarded.
And then you demand... No, your question was retarded.
Okay,
your question
give me a body. Show me one death. One civilian death. One civilian death. Show me one. Show me one.
Oh, man. I'm messaging Wick now. Yo. I'm going over your debate. Yeah, he's got the fucking Gorillas and Sons mindset, but I feel like for the Gorillas and Son mindset, you gotta have like, I feel like for the Gorillas and Sons mindset, you have to have higher gain that doesn't necessarily get louder, right? It's just the fact that you're, it's just the mere fact that you have the gain so high that gives you the Gorilla and Sons effect. It's not gonna be the same, if it's also like destroying people's ears. You just need the effect, not the actual volume.
Show me one. You have thousands. There are thousands of deaths. Show me one.
Yes, I can show you one.
Show me one. Show me one.
Listen.
You have 1 minute to show me one death. One civilian death. You have 1 minute.
Calm down, retard. You said my question was retarded, right, Rick?
Okay, that was done. That was quick.
Oh, was that it? Was that actually it?
A section of a...
Sorry,
what do you disagree with what I just said, actually?
Rick, I want you to answer my question. Do you think you've answered my question with that?
Ask it again.
Can you just be honest with me? Do you even remember the question?
You've asked me a few things. Give me the question.
Just the last one, the one you said you were answering. Do you remember that question?
So you were implying
this is so pathetic.
that this was a statistic that I was saying. Oops.
A statistical anomaly for it to be this much of a massive fucking outlier on a massive 6-lane highway that expands all the way from fucking Kuwait City all the way up to Iraq. It'd be massive. if you think it's the case, this is a wild outlier. I just would like to know, why is this an outlier?
Why is it an outlier? Because it was a limited period of time, a limited target. So yes, in a very small section of a very large war, it was different statistically.
Look, you're trying to tell me I'm mistaken about how stats work. You're so completely confused on how stats work. I guarantee you, if I asked you what an SD was, you'd have no idea how to calculate that. You're dead fucking wrong. So just because it's a limited time,
are you retarded?
Doesn't mean we
like,
don't...
are you literally brain damaged?
Can I ask you a question? Wick, what is an SD?
Again, have you answered my question? Are you retarded? Do you
I'm
have
not
brain
retarded.
damage?
What is an SD?
Do you have brain damage?
I've
Okay,
answered your question.
so
Answer mine.
what does this
Look,
have to do with your... You're using a statistical argument to say, well, in this instance...
This is pathetic. You don't answer a single question I have for you. You continue
because
to
your
dodge every
questions
single
are
thing I said,
retarded.
and then you demand... No, your question was retarded.
Okay,
Your question
give
was
me a
literally, are
body.
you retarded?
Show me...
So, yeah, I thought there would be a little bit more here, but yeah, it kind of does just seem like... Oops. It seems like Synth is actually just relying on the statistical probability, which doesn't seem like a very Synth thing to do, right? Usually for, hardcore debate bros, proof is everything. Evidence is everything. And then after that is the logic stuff to extrapolate from the information that you're getting. I don't know why Synth is saying, well, this many, it was this many Kuwaitis that died, and there were this many Iraqis that died. And then, you're going to tell me that it's improbable that there were civilian casualties? I don't know how that fucking follows at all. Like, even from a logic standpoint, I can find issues with it pretty easily, because again, like I started the entire little segment off saying, seems like to me personally, it seems like there were no deaths, right? It doesn't seem like there are actually any pieces of evidence that shows what Synth is saying. So it has to be relying on okay. Yo,
what's good? I saw just the last bit there. I haven't been watching your stream. You told me you were streaming. Checked it out. I understand your the place you're coming from with this, but it's just because of the fact that it's a 6-minute debate with the rage quit. So it's what you do when you're evaluating evidence, right? You start out by setting priors, and you want to set your priors based on whatever the general tendency is, right? So your priors in a case like this, you've probably heard of burden of proof talk or something. That's all dependent on what your priors are. And in this case, our priors should be relatively high. There's at least one person dead, probably around 20ish should be our priors. But if the argument is over like whether or not this is representative, what you want to do is check, is it the case that this doesn't have the same kind of evidence that we have in all the other cases? We'd expect that to be an outlier, right? Like if it's the case we see no evidence whatsoever in this specific case that there are deaths, we'd be like, okay, that's surprising because usually there are. So that would mean we'd lower our credence here. So that's kind of the argument that the Wick side wants to make. The issue though is there just are there's the direct kind of evidence that we have in all the other ones, which is just, do we have witness testimony? The answer is yes. We have like British officers reported by Robert Fisk who directly say it is the case that there were civilian deaths. They witnessed them firsthand and buried those bodies. Not buried them, hid them, but buried them like you do with a dead body. So you have witness testimony. You have high priors to begin with. All of the evidence is exactly what you'd expect for a relatively a small scale number of civilian deaths, like 20 or 50. So it just the evidence does just track exactly what we'd expect if it is the case there were civilian deaths, which is we'd have some witness testimonies and we'd have high priors. It's kind of all the argument is, and that's all you really need for an evidential case, because it's all you really have in cases like these. Cases of did civilians die or not, it's always evidential. You're not going to have like some logical proof for it. You can't say something like, "Oh, contradictions entailed by there not being some," because worst case scenario, the person could be like, "Oh, it's like somebody really artistically drew a very good photograph." Like, there's never a way that you're ever going to have perfect evidence. You can just raise your credences.
Yeah, and I can.
So you start out with a priors argument, yeah.
But like my priors are this: if there is some kind of military action, generally speaking, civilians stay away. Now, like I'm just gonna like lay everything out because I know where the conversation went and what your points were, right? But like civilians stay away, so it probably wasn't the case that civilians died just in the crossfire because like the convoy was going towards Iraq and then the people coming the other way were just driving. Because
well, to be clear, that's not how most civilian deaths in this conflict work. It wasn't the case that people were like in this particular case. We have reason to believe that they had Kuwaiti hostages.
Right.
So we'd expect there to be civilian deaths, yeah.
Right. So when I didn't know anything about this going in, right? We did a little bit like maybe 20, 30 minutes of research. We read through the Wikipedia. We read a couple of articles that were linked in the Wikipedia. We checked out a couple of things. And I don't know, maybe the like burden of proof thing is really hanging me up on your argument here, because it feels like, yeah, we can say like it's very possible that there were civilian deaths, but I don't think that we can say that there definitively were whatsoever.
You could have watched a civilian died and you can't say with absolute certainty, right? Oh, what if you were hallucinating? What if we live in the Matrix, right?
Okay, but you know what I mean.
Certainty. But the point is, well, I kind of generally get what you mean. But the issue is the burden of proof isn't on my side. I'm giving proof. I'm giving evidence anyways. But the burden of proof's on the side who wants to say this is an outlier. Now, if you want to say it's an outlier, you should say there's some kind of difference about this case than the general cases that would make us lower our credence. But what we see is it's the same kind of evidence we have everywhere. Like the other side they say things that are kind of the same. I'm not saying they're Nazis for this, but they make the same kind of arguments the Holocaust deniers do, which is, well, show me the mass graves. If I don't see any mass graves, it must not have happened. But there's good reason to believe that we're not going to know the specific names, because 1 in 3 of the Kuwaitis who died in this conflict, nobody knew, nobody had confirmed their deaths. They were just missing persons reports. And we have no idea where in particular they died. They just died during the conflict. So it's really hard to identify names in a conflict like this of people who died. We wouldn't expect that kind of evidence. Because if I ask you or anybody in the chat, can they name one civilian who died in the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait? The answer is no. We can't name one. Like in particular smaller scale conflicts, it's even harder to name one.
Well, I would think that we would still be able to find, some documentation, right?
Well, we do. We find documentation of people who give witness testimony. That's the kind of documentation we'd expect.
Right. But as far as I read just now, it doesn't seem like there is any documentation of, a civilian being killed in this particular action.
There is. In this particular action, specifically the Highway of Death incident, Robert Fisk reports that there were two British officers who both confirmed civilian death. And they don't have a bias towards the Iraqi side. They've got a bias against it. So they've only got reason to lie in the opposite direction. There's no reason to think they'd be being dishonest. There's no reason to think that the witness testimony we're seeing here is like unlikely to begin with. We have good reason to trust the witnesses here.
But then you weigh wouldn't we then weigh what the officer, like what one officer says versus another? Like, why are we taking these guys' words as opposed to, the investigations that happened afterwards, et cetera, et cetera?
Sorry, which investigations happened afterwards confirmed that there were no civilian deaths? Or even suggested there were none?
Let me see here. Let me see, pull this up. There was...
Because I know the May Commission hearing is going to say that there were civilian deaths. The New York Commission hearing? It was May 11th.
We didn't get listen, we didn't do that much research. All right, I don't have all these people's names off the top of my head. Fuck, did I close out the tab? There was one fuck me. Let me see if I can.
In the time I've researched this, which is, I mean, predating that WIC conversation, it was like I had done small amounts of research prior to this like flare up on the Twitter discourse surrounding it, and then after I initially saw the Twitter discourse, I think it was a week ago or something, started digging into it before forming any opinion. From digging into it, I was able to find not a single reputable source that ever made the claim there were no civilian deaths, not a single one. And I found plenty of reputable sources who say, yeah, there were probably civilian deaths, which is like the obvious conclusion in a conflict like this, given they had Kuwaiti hostages, given that generally there are civilian deaths. And we see the same kind of evidence we'd expect here that we do everywhere else, and we wouldn't doubt that there's civilian deaths in those other domains, sorry.
Right. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, what I'm pulling my statement before about the investigation. Journalist Georgie Ann Geyer criticized Hirsch's article, saying that he offered no real proof at all that such charges, which were aired, investigated, and then dismissed by the military after the war, are true.
Sorry, the Hirsch article is not about there being civilian deaths. The Hirsch article is the Hirsch article she's responding to is in regards to a claim made by Hirsch that a brigade of U.S. soldiers, after a group of Iraqi soldiers their individual group had surrendered and given up their weapons, that they had then been gunned down. And
yeah,
her
sorry,
claim
I was mixing these in my head.
To be clear, her claim isn't even as bold. Not Hirsch's, the person responding to Geyer. Her claim isn't even as bold as saying something like it didn't happen. Just like, well, look, from what you've given us, all you've done is kind of like say that there were reports, and like I don't know, like the U.S. says they were that didn't happen. So who am I supposed to trust? Well, I mean, obviously in a conflict like this with the U.S.'s long past history of lying about the conflict, you'd probably trust the journalist above the U.S. But that claim doesn't have anything to do with civilian deaths. That's
yeah,
about
sorry, yeah, I was mixing these up
soldiers.
again. Only read this like 30 minutes before, basically before we start talking. Okay, so I don't know. I guess like for me, my standard of proof for me to like change my mind on things is fairly high, but it's not hard to change my mind if the proof is there, right? So if there were like reports of
there's an issue here, which is making up the mind initially that you then need to change, right? That's picking the prior, right? In this case,
well, the prior was agnostic, and then after looking at all of the I say all of the articles as if I did a fuckload of research. Like, look at the 2 or 3 articles that I saw. There was like only one reference to civilian casualties. And that was in the Time magazine article.
Time does say that there probably were civilian casualties, but they aren't pulling that from like, it's the case that they've gotten a witness. They're pulling that from the case, oh, yeah, look, they had Kuwaiti hostages, of course, there's going to be civilian casualties. I don't think even the U.S. is condemnable for civilian casualties. They just obviously happened. If you want to take a look at like witness testimony, Robert Fisk is going to be the place to go through that. There's a couple of other instances of witness testimony. I think the Robert Fisk one's the most reputable. This is the one most worth mentioning because it's coming from British officers.
Yeah, can you link that to me? How long is that?
For you.
Yeah.
How long is the article?
Yeah, is it like a short novel, or is it just like an article length?
It should be one article. It's relatively short. It's not a novel or anything like that. I'll grab it for you. It'll take me a little bit to find it though.
Yeah. Take your time. Yeah, I guess like for me, what I would like to see to like believe, because again, the only thing that I've seen thus far that even mentions civilian casualties is the Time magazine article right here that you seem to know about, and they say probably, right? But I haven't seen anything past that. And then,
well, what we're trying to figure out isn't do we have certainty of civilian deaths, because we never have certainty. What we're trying to figure out
is that not what the debate was then?
No,
Sorry.
it's about there's an active claim on the table from WIC, which is that there were not civilian deaths. There is no evidence of civilian deaths, which is a much bolder claim. My view is that civilian deaths happening, probably like 95 or above % chance that happened. It'd be really unlikely if it didn't. Now, I don't think we have certainty of anything, but we certainly don't have certainty of things during war. So I'm not going to claim it's like a certain case that civilians died. It would just be wildly unlikely if it didn't happen. It'd be like a really surprising statistical anomaly given general background information we have about how often civilian deaths happen during this war, and the kind of specific evidence we have in this particular case, which is just we do have witness testimony from several different sources.
separate
those
in
being
my
British
mind.
officers.
Yeah, I would separate in my mind the general war and this particular. You guys got caught up on the word strike, so I almost said strike, but this action or whatever it is.
Disengagement, yeah.
Yeah, disengagement.
There's probably even some account of, honestly, if I'm trying to be as charitable as possible to Wick here, which is not really worth the effort, but it's like, I feel like fairness to the audience. There's probably some account of the word strike that's like reasonable enough. They would include this as one strike. So I'm not gonna like fucking dog on you for that.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah.
I like you and I don't like Wick, so I'm gonna be a dick to him. So, I mean,
But okay. Oh shit! I lost my train of thought there. We were talking about distangling like the broader like casualty and like war and what happened in the war versus right here, right? Because like in the broader war, there were probably areas where civilians would get caught in the crossfire, and that led to, you know, civilian casualties, whether it was like in a city or in a town on the way
I don't want to use the word crossfire, right? Because it wasn't like, oh, the civilians.
Oh, sure, they might have
what?
like intentionally targeted them. I don't know very much about this conflict.
They're civilian hostages. I mean, Saddam Hussein's a pretty bad guy.
Yeah, he's not a cool dude.
Yeah.
So the strongest thing that you've brought up, and that it seems to very briefly mention in the Time article, is that there were hostages. But do we know for certain, or like
we know for certain they were taking hostages? We know for certain to be very unlikely they didn't have hostages here. We also know they were driving a bunch of commandeered civilian vehicles. So them having hostages, it would be very easy for them to take hostages while they're taking vehicles.
Wait,
and they were already in the habit of taking hostages. They already had hostages.
You know, it
So
would actually be a piece of information that could resolve this entire issue or this entire argument is in all of the, how many people were captured afterwards? 2,000 captured. Were there any civilians with the soldiers that were captured?
Of the 2,000 captured? Well, when you're taking in soldiers who are captured or surrendering as individuals, those soldiers, you're not gonna take capture of also civilians. So we wouldn't expect it to be any.
Right, but were there, to be more clear, were there any civilians with the remainder of the forces?
I have no idea. That? I don't think we have evidence of whether or not there were or weren't civilians.
Okay.
So I don't think we can clear it up through that route, unfortunately. I mean, it would be easy. I mean, honestly, if you're willing to grant that, like, if there were civilians there, then there were probably civilians elsewhere. Seems like we can do the same kind of inductive argument from generalities about the war, and then also witness testimony here. Like, if we have witness testimony, I don't know why we didn't doubt.
I guess okay. So here's a question. There was between 200 and 1,000 ish killed, right? And 200,000
you said?
No, 200.
Oh,
to
between 200 and 1,000. I
Yeah.
understand. You're thinking just on the highway of death, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
All right. So it says 2,000 captured, but where did I see a larger number of people that were a part of the convoy and okay, upwards of 70,000 to 80,000 troops from defeated divisions in Kuwait might have fled to Basra, evading capture. Would we not be able to find any kind of reports of like post-war, some kind of civilian hostage negotiations between Kuwait and Iraq? Or
we do have hostage negotiations. It would be very, very difficult to link hostage returns to specific places those hostages were. So we do have those, yes. I don't think that's the kind of evidence you're going to be looking for here. I don't think there's going to be the kind of connection that you want. The kind of connection that you want here seems like you want, like, well, here is a hostage. They were on Highway 80. They're confirming they were not. What we have instead is, well, wide tendency of the Iraqis to take Kuwaiti hostages and confirmation from witnesses who say that they buried civilian bodies.
Gotcha.
But like without any kind of like good reason to think this is going to be some outlier or that those witnesses were lying, it seems like it's really difficult to go from to go from this position of there might be some kind of uncertainty about it to it didn't happen. Like, if I'm like trying to weigh credences here, it seems like we should have at least, just beginning, we should have at least above 50% that at least some civilian died. Probably higher, much higher than that, given general tendencies of the war. So unless we have some kind of counter evidence to it, we'd expect it to be the case that civilians did die.
Well, how
and
could
if we have
there,
specific
how could there be
evidence,
evidence
we then raise it
against?
even higher.
How can you prove a negative?
Well, look, this is one of the issues that I think there's like a general tendency towards in Twitch politics, which is the whole like burden of proof based on proving negatives versus positives. There's no difference between a positive and a negative statement, right? Any positive statement can be converted to a negative, vice versa. You can do it through double negation. You could say not X as opposed to X. You could do it through saying something like, instead of saying a murder happened in this room, you could say there was a lack of non-murder in the room, right? Like you can do the same thing back and forth. There's no difference between the positive and the negative claim. Well,
it's kind of like the like classic argument, or their classic example would be like, prove to me that you're not a federal agent. And it's like, no matter how, like what I say or what proof I show you, you could always say that there's like something hidden or something is fake.
You can do the same backwards too. Right, it's nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with the
sure,
that
but
being a negative
I'm
statement.
assuming like in a conversation between you and me, if I were to ask that question, like there would be no way for you to prove it if I was being bad faith, right? Because
which is why we don't really. What we're trying to deal with here is not absolute proof or like mathematical proof. What we're trying to deal with here is just weighing evidence. So if like when you drive down the street on your way to work or something, you don't assume every single house on the way there has no owner, just because having an owner would be a positive claim. We know generally the houses do have owners. That's why they're built, right? And so we could say, yeah, person probably lives there. And we can assume that by default. And then on top of that, if we have like a neighbor who's like, yeah, my neighbor lives there, we wouldn't assume that neighbor's lying. We'd be like, oh, yeah, probably. Yeah, there's no reason for you to lie about that. You're a reputable source. You're not the kind of person who has a bias in the opposite direction. You're not a person who has a bias in favor of the claim you made. So we wouldn't assume you're lying. It'd be insane to go from like, well, there's some chance that house is empty, right? Some houses are empty. We wouldn't go from that to then saying the house must be empty, or the house is very likely empty. There's no evidence that the house is not empty, because there is evidence. There's both the background evidence that we use for setting that initial assumption, and then there's evidence on top of that of witness testimony.
One second, I'm reading something here that might. How many Iraqis died in the attacks remains controversial. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, there's some estimates of like above upwards of 1,000, which are I think those estimates are like unlikely.
It says that it's not unreasonable to assume that 10,000 Iraqis came under attack, although the number of vehicles and the average number of riders could have been less. If so facto, this would preclude the possibility that tens of thousands were killed. Moreover, simple subtraction, riders minus prisoners, cannot yield a reliable estimate of fatalities because many Iraqis were witnessed fleeing the scene by Kuwaitis living in the area. At any rate, there was little reported evidence of vehicles having been filled to capacity with people.
And that gets even more troubling if we don't have like a lot of weighing towards evidence like eyewitness testimony. That gets even more troublesome because even that relies on eyewitness testimony. From like less reputable sources, even not like non-reputable, but just like civilians in the area can be less reputable than like British officers. And there's not even conflict there. There's not even a contradiction.
All this is saying is that they saw Iraqi soldiers fleeing.
Fleeing, which they almost certainly did. And the reason I think that is because we know they did because of the fact that we trust eyewitness testimony.
And also the fact that is there like no documentation of where they went to? Did they just like disappear into thin air?
Of them fleeing?
Yeah, just like the fact that they fled the scene.
There's the documentation of I think there's documentation of them fleeing because I'm including things like eyewitness testimony. If you're not including that, then I don't know what documentation you'd be
okay. I think that, so in the conversations, because as someone that likes debate and learns a lot through listening to and engaging in debate, I can respect the kind of, and I mean this in a positive way, all right? The hyper autistic type of debate that you and Bunk and like Ask Yourself and the Avi guy engage in, like I can respect the fuck out of that. I think sometimes it's like super based and like how like hard and deep into the weeds you guys go to prove your point is impressive. But I think that it really makes having conversations, like casual conversations, really difficult because, yeah, we just agreed, but I didn't understand that we agreed until, the very end of like a 2-minute or 3-minute monologue. Do you think that might be where like the communication or the lack of communication went down with Wick last night, or?
No. It took us 2 minutes, right, to figure out, kind of like we might have some like different levels of credence, but we both kind of understand this is just an evidential case. No, in Wick's case, I don't think it was a matter of lack of communication. I think he like dug himself in on Twitter to this really stupid position, and then he kind of freaked out at me. And like 6 minutes in, he freaks out and rage quits the call. Like, I mean, even if I'm having like an adversarial conversation with, that's the first time that I've ever had somebody within like 30 minutes quit out of a discussion with. In fact, if I think back, like the only other time I can think of somebody rage quitting a discussion with me, it was like a drunk guy on Discord, and even he still spent like 40 minutes at least talking about the issue before just running away. Right? I don't think the difference between the conversation I'm having with you and the conversation with Wick is just like, it's kind of like a nuanced kind of autistic-y approach. And I agree, it is kind of autistic-y, but like, we want to be autistic when it comes to evidence. I agree it's autistic, but I don't think that's the issue with Wick. I think the issue with Wick is just he dug himself into a silly position. You're not dug into a silly position, so you don't have the same issue where you're gonna want to like freak out or something, because you're not generally the kind of person who jumps to fucking random conclusions on stuff before doing the research, right? You've been doing the research on stream, and even then you're still like kind of in the agnostic territory, right? Wick doesn't do that. Wick jumps to the conclusion.
I still like Wick. All right, I know that you don't like Wick, but
oh my god, let me
I was just gonna say
I
don't
not
want,
trying to
even
put you
though
in the territory.
no. I listen. If Wick gets mad at me for like still being chill with both of y'all, then that's a him thing. I was just gonna say, like, I like Wick, but I don't watch a lot of his content. So I don't know if that's what he does or not. Oh damn it. I guess like okay, so like. Is it not as reasonable to have a position that, okay, we don't have any documentation of civilians killed during this engagement, right?
Sorry,
like,
can we just clarify what do you mean by documentation?
Like a death certificate that says like cause of death blown the fuck up at the highway of death. Yeah.
Okay.
Like some like official documentation like that, right? We don't have like direct eyewitnesses that say that there were definitely unless the thing that you were going to link to me.
Well, that would be the Robert Fisk definitely does have like direct eyewitnesses that he talked to, right?
Okay,
and
so tell me about
I don't think it's like
what.
that.
Yeah, tell me what he saw then, because like when I think of like a direct eyewitness, like of a dead civilian, I'm thinking like, okay, this person here is dead. They're surrounded by soldiers, but they're wearing civilian clothes. And
what I'm telling you is that what Robert Fisk says is that he directly interviewed 2 British officers who said, I saw dead civilians and I buried them. It's not like I saw them at a distance. It's like, I saw them up close and personal. I buried them. We don't have good reason to think they're lying, right? It wouldn't be the case to be mistaken. They buried them, right? They were there. If there's any way to tell from a dead body if it's a civilian or not, they would. I mean, they had the opportunity, right, up close and personal. Unless we think that like Robert Fisk's account is manufactured, which would be very unlikely, given his long history of doing pretty good reporting. I don't think we have a history of him lying about things in the past. And he's like a trustworthy journalist who is reputable. So long as we have that witness testimony, and we've got the kind of evidence we expect in any particular case, because I don't think if I ask you any particular conflict in the Gulf War, any particular battle, if I ask you, can you name a civilian that died specifically in that battle? This is like an impossible task. It's a burden of evidence it's a burden of proof that's set so high that it's not possible to meet that in the general case, right? If we can't meet it in the general case, we just induct from the general case here, right? Like we just say like, okay, well, look, we think there are civilian deaths. If that evidence isn't good enough to prove civilian deaths, we'd have to think there aren't civilian deaths throughout the entirety of the conflict.
I'm not sure if I like. I'm not sure if I agree. Is it like I understand what you're saying, right? I'm going to repeat back your point and tell me if I understand it correctly. So you're saying that we have all this eyewitness testimony from all over the war saying that there were civilian casualties, right? If we're to believe them during the entire rest of the war, why are we not going to believe these eyewitness testimony by these British officers about the highway of death? Correct?
Basically, but the only caveat I'd add there is I'm saying for any particular battle in the Gulf War, right? We would say most of these battles, we'd expect to have civilian deaths if we want to say there's civilian deaths in the total war. And the kind of evidence that we have for most of these battles is the same kind of evidence we do for the highway of death. But yeah, but you've basically understood the point.
Yeah, okay. I think for me, like, the amount of eyewitness reports really matters. However credible the people are, right? Like, it's not like these two British officers were out there and they found the two civilians and they helped, dig and bury the last two identifiable civilians, and then nobody else saw it, right?
Well, it's not a matter of nobody else saw it. There were other eyewitnesses as well. It's just these are the most reputable, so they're the best ones to go to.
Sorry, I misunderstood your point.
No, it's okay. The point being is we have eyewitness testimony in this particular case of multiple different sources, and this is just the one that's the most reputable, so that's the one I keep fucking hammering on. But if we take a look at the number of deaths we'd expect here compared to the rest of it, we could just take a look at what is the general amount of eyewitness eyewitness examples that we have, how many eyewitnesses saw deaths in particular battles, and then see, is it the case that tracks with this case? Do we see about proportional to the number of deaths we'd expect? Well, we don't expect there to be a tremendous number of civilian deaths. It's not like it's like 1,000 or something. We expect it to be like about 20, right? 20 or a little bit more maybe, right? If we expect it to be about 20, how many eyewitnesses would we expect per 20 deaths in the war generally? Well, we take a look at that, and it seems like it's overrepresented here, if anything. 2 is already overrepresented for 20, right? 2 would be enough to be overrepresented. If we have more than 2, definitely overrepresented. I mean, the rate's probably even, honestly, less than 1 per 20 witnesses to deaths. In this particular case, having multiple eyewitnesses should be sufficient to get us to the degree where we're saying, yeah, civilians probably died here. So it's like upwards of like 95% chance that a civilian died here. Especially on like the largest highway in the entire country. Like you could say, like, yeah, people were evacuating, but people evacuate all the time in a lot of different circumstances and don't necessarily succeed.
Okay, you have me on the it's possible, and even likely that a civilian could have been in the convoy as a hostage. I will say I find it incredibly hard to believe that someone just like happened to be there and then got bombed along with that one right there seems very, very unlikely to me that someone just happenstance was there and got blown up too.
Wait, why does it? They're commandeering civilian vehicles. Why wouldn't civilians be around at all?
So my understanding is they commandeered vehicles in the city, and then they
were slightly fled outside the city at this point.
Or slightly
right?
outside.
So it's a very large city.
Were all the vehicles captured on the highway?
We're not entirely clear, so I'm not going to make that claim, right? It's unclear if they were captured on the highway or near the highway. But point being, this highway it's the largest highway in the country, right? But it is also like the portion of the highway they were fighting on was right outside the city, or even like within the perimeter.
Sure. So they captured vehicles, right?
I want to clarify. By within the perimeter, I mean the perimeter highway,
right?
Not the. I don't mean like any kind of like weird civic code stuff.
Yeah. So I would find it really hard to believe that there are people driving on the highway that people know there are Iraqi soldiers, like an invading force.
I'm not saying they were driving on the highway. I'm saying that civilians could have been in the area. It's a large highway, right? Like highways aren't built just like in random locations, especially large 6-lane highways, right? That are massive, largest one. I keep repeating largest one in your country. I'm sorry about that.
No, but like
you don't expect that there are going to be nobody
this
around.
Highway, this stretch of highway, right? It like every photo, doesn't seem like there is any civilization around. Like beside, like the only sign of civilization.
Even the largest photographs that are like emblematic of this particular interaction, the Highway of Death thing. Even the largest ones will show the city in the same photo, like in the background.
Way in the background, right?
Way in the background, maybe like call it like 2 or 3 miles out in some of these. But it like the actual conflict ended up happening. I think it's I think the conflict happened. What was it? Was it like 10 miles is like the main place? Let me do the math on that instead of just fucking guessing.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I'm gonna send you like this picture to like illustrate what I mean. Like you've probably seen the picture, but like there's no frontage roads.
It's an aerial shot. You can basically just see like the highway from a top-down perspective. I agree that you can't really see much from this perspective. It's not the case that this is like it's like a top-down aerial photograph. You wouldn't be able to see much anyways, right?
Well, yeah, I'm just like clicking through Highway of Death on Google, and I don't see a fucking building anywhere nearby.
Top one here has the city in the background.
Okay, city in the background. I'm talking about like in the area of the bombing, right? Because that's what the relevant area that we're talking.
Area of bombing. I think you correct me if I'm wrong here. I thought the area of the bombing was in like Algeciras or however it's pronounced.
Al-Jahar.
Somebody in chat correct me. Probably, yeah. That sounds close enough.
I've fucked it up the first time I read it too. I'm trying to see if there's like anything that says how many miles of it were bombed. A massive column. Got it. Can anyone in chat help us find how long the stretch of road was that got blown the fuck up? And past the evidence side of things, the argument here is whether or not there were civilians caught in the, I say crossfire, but you know what I mean. Is that the only part of this that the disagreement is on? Like, let me go back to your tweet that I had up.
Tween who?
It was your first quote tweet of the Scrub King.
The issue I had with the Scrub King was did he claim there were no civilian deaths? That was the issue I had with that. He said there were no documented civilian deaths, which is like you'd have to have some like kind of loose account or maybe like really, really narrow account of documented to say that. And that was it on the comments underneath his own tweet. He was kind of making the argument that there were just no civilian deaths. So even with a narrow account of documented, I don't think it's gonna get out of this. It was like just a really bold claim.
It's more like there isn't a source for the opposite. The closest thing to evidence of civilian casualties I've been able to find are unnamed British soldiers claiming to have buried women and children, despite this being one of the most photographed incidents in the Gulf War.
Yeah, the claim that there's like no evidence, or the closest thing to evidence is witness testimony. I don't even think it would be an issue. What we expect. It'd be bold to claim that like because of the fact that we have witness testimony, we'd expect there to be like no deaths or something. Just go wildly.
There is a shadow of a doubt in my mind about what he's saying here, right? Because it's possible that there were civilian casualties and they just weren't photographed. But like, there are a lot of fucking photographs, and there were a lot of people on the ground, right?
Of like the vast majority of civilian deaths in the war here, no, there weren't photographs.
No, I'm talking about of this incident.
Even in this particular incident, I don't understand why you'd expect there to be photographs of civilian deaths.
I mean, there were
there weren't.
there were. I don't want to say like dozens, but there are at least more than I can count on one hand. Journalists that went in there afterwards that had cameras, because there's about 5 million fucking angles, some of which I can't show on screen, I guess.
What portion of the deaths here do we think were photographed?
Oh, there are some photographs of dead people on Google. Those are.
I was
those
asking like what portion of what portion of deaths do we think were photographed here? Right? Like, do we think it's like
well, I would actually
80%?
assume.
I think it's 1%.
Well, I would assume. I have no knowledge, like no deep knowledge of military procedure. So, if you know this, let me know. But is it not the case that after any military engagement, strike, whatever, after whatever happens in any military conflict, there are going to be people that go out to corroborate like what happened during an attack to make sure nothing untoward happened, to take photographs.
Well, people are going to want to corroborate. People are going to want to corroborate things that might be in dispute, but nobody in the mainstream media or in academia disputes there's at least one civilian death, which is not really in dispute. And the civilian death point, like, it's not even the kind of thing that the U.S. would dispute because it's not condemnable. Right? It's not like morally wrong that there was collateral damage in a war.
Right. Yeah. So I guess like I'm looking at this. I feel like there would be more. You're saying that nobody disputes it. I feel like there would be way more coverage over the fact that there were civilian casualties by just like the media, not necessarily by, the U.S., because it didn't seem like this was an unwarranted strike or that it was a war crime in and of itself.
Well, look, the Gulf War wasn't like unpopular. I don't think the media would be like harping on about collateral damage and what's like an already high civilian casualty war.
So you don't think that there would even be any reporting on
pushback or like no? I mean, there'd be like some reporting. This would be people being like, well, look, I mean, a couple of witnesses here and there, like a handful of witnesses over here. Over here we have we know there were Kuwaiti hostages, so we'd assume that there's going to be like you have like cases like this, but like nobody's going to dispute it. It's not like it's the kind of thing that's going to be in tension or something. It's like let's say somebody comes out and they're like, no, there were no civilian deaths, not a single one, 0 in this particular case. Like, whose opinion? Like, if somebody changes their view, there were or there weren't, who's going to change their mind about like the broader war or about this particular engagement? Nobody's going to change their mind based on that. Like, nobody would care. It's like, yeah, there's civilian deaths. It's a war. There's no reporting, right? Obviously, there's like reports of witnesses. It's not like the issue though is like nobody's trying to like make sure that you have pictures of the dead bodies or something because it's
I would assume that due to bureaucracy and like trying to like make sure that they're covering their own ass. Like, I'm pretty sure that the military does do stuff like that where they take account of like how many people died here, what was the method, kind of like crime scene investigation where they prove that they didn't do anything wrong. I'm almost certain that they do that.
Yeah, I mean, on the conditions they're doing that, just granting that they are, because I mean, it seems likely to me that they are. I don't understand why it'd be the case that we'd see any of that. I don't think I've ever seen a case of like.
Well, wouldn't there be a generalized report afterwards?
Yeah, the report from the U.S. Yeah, I think that if the report from the U.S. said anything regarding civilian deaths, I haven't seen them ever denying it, so I have no clue. It doesn't seem like they're disputing that. And if there are civilian deaths and they're not disputing it, like I don't know why what are they going to do? Just confirm civilian deaths? Show us dead body pictures? Like, why would they do that?
Well, I don't think they have to show us dead body pictures, but I would take like some sort of like investigative body. I would put a lot of stock behind that.
Why do we expect that an investigative body of the U.S. would put out a report saying that they did kill civilians if they killed civilians?
I think that in a system like the U.S., our especially pre, I would say that there was like this golden, not golden age, but this good period between like let's say like 1990 and 2010, where it was there was a lot more oversight and a lot more
during the Gulf War. I wildly disagree. We have like the
I might be wrong about
case in which
I might be wrong about the Gulf War because again, this is the first day that I've ever looked at anything about the Gulf War. Besides, like I've seen pictures of the Highway of Death, but this is where I'm coming from. I feel like there's enough oversight.
Can I just ask you, is there like any other case in the Gulf War of the U.S. doing this? Like we know that there were civilian deaths, right? So is there any other battle where the U.S. come out afterwards and be like, yeah, by the way, we killed a couple of hostages. Oops.
Well, I don't know. I would assume that they do that sort of thing. I'm not saying about like this one specific incident. I'm talking about like I would just assume that after any major engagement or like a strike ordered by U.S. forces, there would be some sort of like forensic task force that would go around to, say like, hey, we have evidence for this. You can't accuse us of a war crime for doing this because we have evidence of, these orders being found on this person, right? And
but would they also say like, by the way, you guys could accuse us of a war crime for this if it was a war crime. Lucky it's not. Like, why would they post things that like aren't going to do anything to make them look good?
Well, I would have
make
to
them look extremely bad, obviously, but like,
I would have to see like an example of one of these things to see if they do that, or if they, because I mean, like we have oversight both in the military and in our legal or our political systems that we can look at forensics. We can look at
we don't have that in the military. We have like no right to that. Like, why would they be obligated?
What do you mean?
We don't have any right whatsoever to press release on whether or not they killed civilians.
Hold on. What I mean is, I was speaking to oversight, right? Like there are military tribunals and court martials. There are consequences for not following.
Yeah, but none of that would be illegal.
None of that would be
illegal about collateral damage.
Right, but they would have to see that there was collateral damage, and then to say that because of the actions that we did, there was collateral damage. However, it wasn't a war crime because of this.
Wait, why would they need to see if regardless of if there was or wasn't collateral damage, either way, they wouldn't be guilty of any crime. So why would they have to investigate that? It's like looking for evidence of a thing that's not illegal to do. Just be a waste of resources. It'd be like the cops are like searching my house or something to see if I own weed and I like live in Rhode Island or something. Okay, so I'm just allowed to do that. I can just buy weed.
If there is like, it would be more like if you murdered someone, right? Or you're being accused of murdering someone, and then you get all the evidence around the case to prove your innocence.
Well, no, the issue is that murder is illegal and civilian casualties in war are not. Right? It's not a matter of like...
Hold on, that's not necessarily true, right? You can
It is. Murder is illegal to kill. It definitely... Are you saying like there exist some cases in which civilian casualties are illegal or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I
agree with that. Just
okay, sorry. I thought you were saying that you didn't think that, and I was about to.
No, I agree. There are some cases. It's just whether or not the civilian casualties are legal or illegal in this case wouldn't depend on whether or not there are civilian casualties. Right? Like the civilian casualties aren't. They're not like.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we're majorly talking past each other. I'm a retard. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying like I would just assume that it would be part of like a standard like forensic, looking into, not necessarily like, hey, we didn't kill any civilians that in an illegal way, and here's the proof for it. It would just be like, here are all the facts about the situation as it happened on the ground, and here are the reasons why we conducted this strike, because of this, and this reason. Our actions were justifiable.
Press releases on why they conducted the strike, right? They had done that. But none of those are going to have anything to do with like whether or not there were or weren't civilian casualties. If they have justification for doing the strike, then a couple of civilians getting killed in the meantime is like, yeah, it sucks. Welcome to war, right? It's not illegal. There's no problem. Like we're not gonna.
I don't know. Maybe it's unreasonable of me, but it does feel very, very hard for me to believe that there is just like no documentation of civilian casualties.
And by documentation, you're using that in like a really narrow sense again, right? Like you're using that to refer to something that we generally don't have for most interactions in war. Most battles in war that have civilian casualties, we don't have the kind of evidence you're looking for. but we do think
I
there
would
are
assume
civilian
that okay, and maybe I'm just like super wrong about all things war. Okay, I totally will admit my lack of knowledge on things. All right, I'm making a fuckload of assumptions, but the lack of evidence that you're talking about, sure, I understand where you're coming from. One second, I gotta pause my game because I'm losing my fucking mind. Okay, refocus. I took my ADD medicine. I should be able to think. But like, if there was certain questions, independent researchers like going to check out the claims, right? Like, I assume that there would be like death certificates for someone that died in, in Kuwait because of Iraqi forces, right? Like, there would be a death certificate that said died due to gunshot wounds to the upper thorax or whatever the fuck.
I don't
right?
think there's a single death certificate that I've ever seen anywhere of any specific conflict in this war that'll attribute it to the specific battle they died in when it comes to civilian death. I don't think a death certificate does that.
Well, you would be able to like know where the like location that they were at when they died, right?
No, not for most civilian deaths in this war. The vast
No.
majority of civilian deaths in this war, we have no fucking clue where they died.
I don't even know how that happens then. Like, genuinely, because at that point we're talking about.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. So the thing to like keep in mind is that if in a war, it's like there's a lot of epistemic fog. It's very confusing what's going on. If your family member doesn't come home that night, it's not like you know that they're like they died in a recent bombing or something. Like, it just you never know if they're just missing, right? Like, you have these like countless cases of I say countless, it's very counted, it's 600 missing people during the overall war that are you just don't have a death certificate for. You never know where specifically they died. And in the case of the other 1,000, it's like also really hard to trace where exactly they died at. Like, what exactly is the reason why they died? Which particular time do they die at during this conflict? Because it's a fucking mess.
Sure. I don't know. I'm not convinced that there weren't any civilians that died, but I'm also like just as on the other side of that, like that I'm not sure that, I'm like 50-50 on both of these. It feels like there's no strong reason to believe it in either direction unless you're just talking about your priors and then the testimony of two dudes. But it also feels like there would be a lot more people.
Well, to be clear, we've got more than two testimonies, right? We've got
If you have some like sources that you were going to use from last night, let me look over those and I'll go over those, and then maybe we can do a follow up and I can say that you were like super right, or I'll find some problem and then.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's super fair. I'll actually just give you. I'll just compile all the sources I was using, just like send them over games or something.
Yeah, that works. Why the fuck is there a website called IraqiBodyCount.org being linked in my chat?
If that's about, so I know there's like a couple of reports about the overall death counts of the war, and there's some that'll
2003 invasion of Iraq.
Oh yeah, but scroll down. That I think that same source also goes over the 1991 conflict, and even specifically the highway of death. That does not go over civilian death counts.
Oh, no.
That goes over. Yeah, that goes over like, I think if you go down to the section of the highway of death, it mentions the vehicles commandeer, but they weren't trying to estimate civilian deaths there, and I mean specifically they're trying to estimate like Iraqi deaths. And the civilians we expect to be dead here are broadly going to be Kuwaiti. Like we might expect that like alongside the family members, we also have some people who are like traveling along with like the Iraqi soldiers.
Yeah, there was a oh shit, there is a word for this. Not a war procession or something like that. Like there's.
I think that's I don't
know. Is that the correct term? But you know what I mean. Where there were, I guess there was the PLO was involved in this. I didn't even know that until I read that. Where there was a bunch of Palestinian militants whose families were following the army.
Yep.
I don't know if maybe those are the ones that we could like point towards and say that they were also killed because of this, but
we'd say they're at risk. We wouldn't say they're like those were definitely the dead civilians or something. The amount of civilians we'd expect to have died, like, it's very plausible that they all came from like just one of these camps, right? Like they all came just from the camp of like being Kuwaiti hostages. I mean, 20, right? Is like our expected value here. So it's not. I don't think it's remotely implausible that it's like one died from one of these camps, like 19 from the other, or anything like that. The specific breakdown or split, it could just be like wildly just one-sided.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I'll look at your sources. I'm going to talk to Wick next and see what his takeaway was, and then we can reconvene to either say that you were completely right and 100% based, or if I have a different take after reading everything. At the end of the day, is this argument just because of the strong claim that was made that couldn't be corroborated, or was this also because the you think that there was some wrongdoing somewhere in the Iraq War that like should be accounted for?
I mean, I support the.
Or I'm sorry, not the Iraq War. I mean the
Gulf War.
Gulf War, yeah.
No, I support the Gulf War. And it was really funny. Is like even though I think this is for complete reasons completely unrelated to civilian death count, I think this was a war crime. I think it was a justified one. I think it was one of the rare exceptions. Just super flaming hot fucking take. But look, legality doesn't equal morality. It's the same as true as international law. Obviously, there are sometimes things that are illegal to do that are morally right and justified, and you like have an obligation to do. In this case, I think that like when you're combating like near fascists, like Saddam Hussein's forces, I think that things like killing surrendering soldiers, which is a war crime. I think that like
okay, well that's
it's pretty hard to make the case that you shouldn't do it.
Yeah. That's something I can push you on, okay? Because the reports that I was reading were saying that they were doing a fighting retreat, right?
No, you're repeating the reports. They were saying they were using a fighting withdrawal, which is a wild mistranslation of the initial ones, which is just which wasn't like you need to attack the Americans in a hostile manner while you're leaving. It was just like don't let yourself get killed, right? Defend yourself, but fucking leave. And that was in compliance with 660. It wasn't in compliance with 678, which people will bring up, right? It was in compliance with Resolution 660, which was months before that. But the date at which it was confirmed that they would be in compliance with the 660 was February 21st. Saddam confirmed that they would comply with the 660. They had the intent to surrender, as 660 wanted. They were making a full withdrawal, and they wanted a Soviet mediation over the negotiations for terms of surrender. Yeah.
Okay. Definitely link me anything that you have, especially on the points of the eyewitness accounts and of that last point. Yeah, because that's interesting to me. But
so I'll grab you the link. I know offhand I can remember that's from the New York Commission, the New York Hearing Commission, which was May 11th, and that was specifically the report from Joyce Chediak that was presented at the commission. I'll definitely send you the link on that as well. I'll probably just type that into Google or something and find the link.
Okay, one sec. They're saying he's lying, but I don't know about what. Yeah, now that I've said that, now they can explain. And then after you find that link for me, and we resolve about what you're lying to me about, then I'll talk to Wick.
Yeah, I mean, if the person in chat lets you know, I'll send you a source and confirm I was not lying. But if they're talking about the surrender thing, the reason why people are like so up in arms about it is because they are Saddam did not initially comply with 660. But it doesn't matter if you initially complied with it. All that matters is if you have the intent to surrender in the moment, and if you have a clear intent to surrender, which he did, then it'd be a war crime to kill those soldiers. But war crimes can be justified. I think that one of the things people want to do here is they're really committed to it not being a war crime because they don't want to say that it was wrong, but you don't have to. You can say it was a war crime and also it wasn't wrong. It's actually easy to do. It sounds like a big bullet, but it just becomes really obvious when you put it into the framework of like.
Listen, I love war crimes. All right, I love war crimes of all shapes and sizes. So I'm not that tore up about it.
Especially against fascists, especially when they're trying to genocide the Kurds. Who must go? Not the Kurds. That's so. All right, but I don't know if I'll send you some sources or stuff if you want. If you have any other questions before I hop off, I'm down to answer those though.
They said the UN resolution wasn't being complied with.
Yes, it was. As of February 21st, it was. Initially, it wasn't. And they're probably conflating 660 and 678. 678 set a deadline. 660 didn't. 678's deadline wasn't complied with. You can't time travel and comply with it in the past. But 660 didn't have that deadline. And so they did comply with it. They complied late. Like I'm not gonna tell you Saddam's not a piece of shit. Did a lot of terrible things for a lot of Kuwaitis. But no, eventually did comply. Eventually did surrender, and that makes it illegal.
They were saying it's the 15th.
The 15th of what? March? Is that what they're talking about?
Oh, I would have. Wouldn't it have been prior to March since the...
Oh, nope. You know what? They're talking about February 15th, and they're talking about the 678. Yeah, you are just Chatter, I don't know who your name is. You're conflating 678 and 660. 678 is the one with the 15th deadline, not 660.
Gotcha.
I'll send. I could send sources on that. The Wikipedia page for 660 and 678 would be what I'd send. But I'll just send Sondsol. I'll just send you a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
I don't want to loop. I think I just asked. Are any other questions for me?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Send me what you got, and then we can look over them, and I'll make a determination past that.
All right, you have a good one. Peace.
Yeah, catch you later, man. All right. Wick is going to come on. All right. Just call. Oh, wait. Here, I'll call him here. Howdy.
Hey, can you hear me?
I sure can. All right. So we just went through everything with synth. I don't think that we came to any conclusive, end to anything.
No?
No. Okay. So as a starter, what was your initial point, or what was your contention, or just tell me?
My whole point here is that the accusation that this incident, this attack was a war crime, has no merit or basis in reality. No serious criminal court internationally has ever charged anyone for a war crime for this. And any evidence that the only people who are saying that it was a war crime are people who are either not familiar with the incident at all, or B, have a bone to pick with America in general. Once again, it does not violate any of the Geneva Conventions. No civilians even died, or at least there's no credible evidence that any civilians even died. And I wanted to kind of go through the reasoning, right, of why Synth thought it was a war crime. But I quickly realized when he was on that, he just wanted to play word games and do this pedantic princess shit. So I just left the call. I have better things to do with my time.
Gotcha. Okay. So was the entire inciting thing for everyone to talk about this Hasan talking about it?
Hasan called it a war crime.
Right.
And references a war crime. And everyone took turns dunking on him because he's retarded. And it was fun. So. Okay. But there's a group of people, there's a class who will just stand him no matter what, right? And I think that I get frustrated with that kind of thing because it allows us to have lies creep into our discourse, right? Because you are trying to protect your streamer daddy. You are willing to just lie about reality or history or any of these things. And so I was like, no, we got to push back on this. We got to show it's stupid. So I went through it on my stream. we went through for about like an hour at least, and kind of going through the arguments of various sides, and just, I think it was pretty clear there was no basis here.
Okay, so I'll tell you where I stand, and then I'm going to try and steelman Synth's point as best as possible without the hyper autism debate stuff.
Thank God, please, yes, I would love that.
All right. So my position is, I think I mostly agree with you. I feel like the standards of evidence that I would hold are like, it feels like there would be some kind of documentation, whether it's like death certificates and then like corroborating where that person was found, or even like it feels like there would be some way to like point out, okay, this person died here, right? So that's something that I'm going to look into after the conversation with Synth, because it doesn't seem like we fully agree as to whether or not that would happen. I feel like it must be that there is actually some way that the U.S. government and the U.S. military defend themselves from allegations by getting a lot of,
We did document civilian deaths during the Iraq War, right? Like, so during the Gulf War, I'm sorry, not the Iraq War, the Gulf War, to be clear, Operation Desert Storm. There were civilian deaths during that, right? I'm not
of course,
denying that. We have recorded and documented them and measured them, and it's not an exact count, but we have generalities, right? A general count. Again, it depends which organization is doing counting, how they're going about counting the dead, etc. It's a process, right? But we have that information, but there is no accusation, or I shouldn't say no accusation, but there's none of that for this incident, right? And so the implication that it was a statistical miracle is nonsensical at best. It just does not match with how these things are done. Like, we would never do that, right? We would never say that, we would never take Lav's accusation against Hasan, for example, seriously, because statistically, it's pretty likely that a lot of streamers have conducted sexual assault against women. That's just statistically true. But we would never say, well, in that case, it must be the case that Hasan did it too, because statistically, it's likely he did. No, we would never do that. Why would we? That would be silly. Everyone would laugh you out of the room if you tried to make that argument, right?
Right. So that's what I got out of the conversation when I listened to just what you and you and Synth actually talked about, right?
Yeah.
Where I was like, well, it feels like you're just extrapolating what happened based off of statistics, and that doesn't seem like a good way to decide whether or not there actually was or was not, right? After talking to Synth, there is a better argument that they're putting forward.
Okay.
And that is, there are multiple eyewitness accounts from credible sources, right? Namely, there are at least 2 British officers and then multiple other people who are less credible but were there on the ground after the attacks. That
can you link me those sources?
I am waiting for Synth to link them to me.
Because there is one report. There's not multiple, to be clear. There's one report that has an eyewitness that I'm aware of. I'd love to be shown if there were more, but there's one. Okay.
You would love for there to be more dead civilians, you sick fuck.
Huh?
Sorry, I'm joking around. Sorry, go ahead.
That's funny. I didn't hear you, and so I didn't get the joke, but that's okay. Peter Frist, I believe that's his name. He released a report where he says a British officer told him that he saw civilian bodies. We don't know the name of the British officer. No one ever corroborated that evidence. It was just an offhanded kind of claim that was made. So when we talk about multiple sources, that's the source. That's it. Like, unless there's more that I'm unaware of, that's it.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to see right now. I believe there are 2 British officers that Synth was claiming.
Okay, well, I'd love to hear the second.
Yeah. Right. So that'll be. So that's like my general thing. I feel like they're, as much as we talk about like sources and compelling evidence versus non-compelling evidence, the kind of argument that Synth is making is hey, so we have this event, right? Number one, it seems pretty statistically unlikely that they would die, but that's not how statistics works, right? Like it seems unlikely that there would be any civilians in the area that would want to subject themselves to being near the,
they all ran away. Like we know what
Right.
happened to the civilians in the area. They got out of their car and they ran because this didn't happen like instantaneously. This was over the course of hours.
Right. 10-hour bombing campaign.
Ish. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's here's where the civilians come from that they're claiming, right? And there also might be, but this is not what the thing that y'all were arguing over. There might be, some civilians that also died because they were nearby, and bombs are as much as we talk about precision missiles. There's always going to be, some explosive factor. So like there were civilians that were nearby, so it's possible that they died there. But there are reports of the Iraqis taking hostages, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, whether or not they had hostages at this specific thing, I guess that's up in the air and questioned, right? Because we don't know if they had. We don't know by me and your standard of evidence whether or not there was. Yeah,
we do know, right, that in this convoy that there was civilian loot, right? So that they there are pictures. There's pictorial evidence, right? And a news report in BBC showed this as well on a television report of the charred remains of civilian loot, like hair dryers and shit like that, right?
Right.
But again, we also know that they were looting Kuwait, and so they took what they can. But the implication, right, is that there must have been civilians with them because they took loot, and it doesn't follow, right? It doesn't follow. Again, we have a ton of images. I know of at least 3 that I could show you right now of dead bodies that are soldiers in this incident, right?
Right.
So are we the idea that there were civilians that died and no one took a picture of them?
That's something that I brought up to Synth as well. Chat reminded me what the response was there because I don't remember. I kind of feel like that was a weak response, but maybe I'm just like misremembering, even though it was a conversation I just had. But yeah, that's something that seems pretty unbelievable to me. That like of all of the like information that we do have of the highway of death.
Kuwait families coming forward saying that their relatives died in this, right? Where is any of that?
Well,
it's just not existent.
Well, a reasonable argument against what you're saying there is that there are still to this day quite a few people who are unaccounted for. They are reported as missing rather than killed in action or a civilian casualty, which I thought was a fairly strong point. Yeah, but now
this
it's
was
placing them there.
A 5-week issue, right? Like, that's, yeah. I mean, but again, it's this trick that they do, right? Like that, like, well, we don't know for sure where or when they died, so it's possible that they died here. No, we don't have any evidence for it, but it's possible it happened, so we have to take into account that it's possible it happened. And you really don't, right? You got to go with the Occam's razor on this. When there is no compelling evidence, right? When you have no credible evidence, you just don't make the claim, right?
Right.
I have no credible evidence of a lot of things that I have no credible evidence against either. Like there's no report that says 0 civilians died, right? But why would you make that report in the first place that no civilians died here, right? Why would you even do that? There's just no reason to. And so it's the correct answer, right? When you are faced with a situation where there are multiple possibilities and you don't have correct evidence, isn't just to be agnostic in general. It's not. It's just to go with the most likely outcomes based on, what you know of the situation.
Right.
And again,
I think that's where the disagreement was.
Is that there's pictorial evidence. There is some video evidence with the BBC. Anyway, we have soldiers dead. Soldiers dead that we could see. that we can corroborate. Multiple journalists have indicated that there's soldiers dead. They talked about the soldiers dead. One British officer, right, said that he saw civilian bodies, but we don't know who that British officer was. That's the only report we have. None of the other reporting shows that this was even the case. No other journalists on the scene mentioned civilian bodies. And you'd think, right, because again, they did mention civilian bodies in other situations during the Gulf War, right? The civilian casualties were talked about in other incidences by journalists and things like that. So why not this one?
Yeah, that was something that because the one article that I did see that seemed to corroborate the fact that there was civilian casualties was just the Times magazine report, or retelling of everything that happened, and they said probably
were.
Yes.
That I'm familiar with the Times report. It says there probably were. They didn't know. There was no that wasn't an on the scene reporter. Right? It was someone just making a guess. And they were clear about it in the article if you read it, right?
Yeah.
It's very short. It's like a 3-paragraph thing.
Yeah, we just read it on stream.
Huh?
We just read it on
stream. Like they were very clear. Like they were just, it was just a guess. It was like there were probably civilian casualties, which is, I mean, fair enough guess in the aftermath of the moment, but we don't go off of guesses for this kind of thing, right?
Right. So I have less questions for you because I mostly agree with you on this. For like my total take is it would be really interesting to find out what processes there are in the military or whatever that collect forensic evidence. It would be fucking astonishing to me to find out that the U.S. military doesn't have some group of people go out after every single fucking engagement and then, collect forensic evidence to see exactly what happened.
We don't generally do that.
Do we not?
So we do it for high value targets, like for Saddam, not Saddam Hussein, but Osama bin Laden. Remember, we took the DNA test, made sure it was him and things like that. In general, we don't, the verification that we have as usual visual verification. I can't speak for the Gulf War era. Okay, they probably did it differently then. I don't know, but at least in the more modern era, I speak about modern era as if the Gulf War wasn't modern era. Anyway, what we did was so with a drone strike, at least you would strike the house, okay, and then to confirm the dead, you wouldn't go in with a forensic team. The drone would just get usually visual confirmation. If again, depending on the value of the target, right?
Gotcha. Okay, so there's not going to be, after some military engagement, some team that goes in.
Usually not.
Okay.
Usually.
I'm going to take your word for it because you were in the military, right? At some point.
I was, but to be clear, I wasn't a frontline guy. I didn't deal with that.
Of course, yeah. I wasn't trying to insinuate that, but you have more knowledge than I do. Okay.
Yeah. If it's true that there was that happened, I am not aware of it, and we never dealt with it, at least in the Air Force.
Okay.
Again, this is the Air Force I can talk about, but why would they? So are you saying after every strike or incident that we do, we have a forensic team go in to do what? Exactly.
I would assume it's kind of like covering your own ass to make sure, okay, you know what? We're America. Everyone fucking hates us. Everyone wants to always say that we're doing war crimes.
We don't care about that shit. We again, if there's an accusation and an investigation is opened, obviously, yes, we do. But for the most part, we just don't have the money or the manpower.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I maybe I've just been watching too much SVU, but I was just it feels like the United States would have a heavy interest in defending itself against claims of war crimes. But if they're not worried about war crimes, then I guess maybe it also makes just as much sense that they wouldn't.
And if there's a credible claim, but if we had to look, if every time someone on Twitter said that something was a war crime, we had to send in a forensic team to investigate it, we would go broke.
That makes sense. I guess I hadn't thought about that that aspect of it.
So it's got to be like a credible accusation, right? It can't just be Twitter people, right? But if there is a credible accusation, there will be an investigation opened, and that will go into it. But that's not at least that I'm aware. And it wouldn't make sense to me. That would be standing operator procedure, which is why.
I guess the next question is what would be a piece of evidence that would change your mind on it? Like, what would the standard of evidence be?
On civilian deaths or on that this was a war crime?
Civilian deaths. Because
show me a body.
Just show you a body?
Show me a body. Have someone who says a relative died in this come forward, right? And then I could at least engage with it, right?
Right.
But I heard that this guy said this one thing that he saw. I didn't see it, but he said he saw it, and no, I can't tell you who it was that said this. What am I supposed to do with that, right? That's not credible.
Fair. I think that even with the lack of a body, let's say that there was like a burned out husk of a corpse, right? No way to identify it, but we can reasonably assume like, okay, this car was going the opposite direction. Doesn't seem like there are any weapons or like remains of weapons in the car. We can, based off of this, and this, we can reasonably just deduce that this person was not part of the Iraqi army. Like, I don't think that happened at any point.
I mean, if there was enough information there, yes, but I just, even going the opposite direction, like they were probably the soldiers were probably going the opposite direction too after they got boxed in, right? It was probably a clusterfuck, right? A chaotic little traffic jam, right? That they got stuck in. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the claim by Synth is that it is a war crime, but it was a justified war crime. Which
justified war crime? What does that even?
I understand what they're saying, right? Saying that legality isn't morality, and that while something might be like listed as a crime, it might still be the moral thing to do or something that is totally justifiable to do. And so Synth's position is that it is a war crime because there was some amount of time, like a time deadline. Fuck me, a deadline on on one of the UN resolutions, and they passed that. But after that, there was another UN resolution that did not have a time limit on it, and they started to comply with that before the bombing.
What he's talking about, okay, or what they're talking about, sorry, is two resolutions. There's UN Resolution 660 and UN Resolution 678. So UN Resolution 660, I think it was made in August, the beginning of August of 91, and they said, hey, Iraq, you have until January 15th to GTFO, right? Get out of Kuwait, withdraw unilaterally, or we will come in and make you pay, right? And then 678 was the authorization to do so after that deadline passed. 678 was like, okay, nope, it passed. Let's go in. Coalition forces, let's do it, right? In February, right, of the year after the strikes, right, February 21st, I believe, there was a announcement on Baghdad radio saying that Saddam Hussein had agreed to comply with UN Resolution 660, and that he was going to start with retreating. With the words, according to the Washington Post, at least from a report, was that the words were he ordered a fighting withdrawal, right? That they were going to do a fighting withdrawal from that. Now, again, there was an overtures by Moscow at the time. As the Soviets were trying to negotiate and things like that. So there's an overture from Moscow saying they could get Saddam to agree to these terms if the U.S. would accept it, and the U.S. rejected it and did a counterproposal. So the idea, again, that they were just going to comply with this, right, resolution, they were still firing like on American troops. Like the day before, hours before the Highway of Death strike, Iraq launched a Scud missile at a U.S. Air Force. I don't know if it was Air Force base or Army base. I'm not sure. A U.S. Base, and they killed 28 servicemen, injured 100 more. So again, they can say that they're complying with this resolution all they want. they're still fighting Americans, right? They're still firing on them. It's not a war crime to destroy a military convoy that is going back to base, right? Again, a lot of tanks got destroyed. It wasn't just civilian vehicles that they looted and that they commandeered that got destroyed. It was tanks, military vehicles, military supplies. It all just got messed up. So again, this idea that they were complying with a UN Resolution 660 doesn't matter. They were still fighting American forces.
Can you summarize what UN Resolution 660 was?
Yeah, UN Resolution 660 was Kuwait. Iraq is in violation of Kuwait's sovereignty. Get out. Get out of there by January 15th.
And they were not out there by January 15th.
And they were not out of there by January 15th.
Okay. Now, they were alluding to a second UN resolution.
678.
Okay. And what did that one say?
That one said, this was drafted again after it was either just before or just after the deadline passed. I'm pretty sure it was just after. That basically said, okay, they didn't, they violated this UN resolution, right? They didn't comply with the terms. This is an authorization, basically, to go in there and fuck shit up. So.
Okay, gotcha. And were there any conditions on the second UN resolution that pointed towards, okay, if they do this, then we'll stop bombing?
Let me look. I can pull it up real quick.
Oh, sick.
Give me a second. I just want to make sure I get the numbers right. Sometimes I mess up the numbers, like 678 or 687, right? Like
yeah, no, I got you.
Minor dyslexia. So I just want to make sure I got the right number here for you. Because now I'm like, was it 688 or 687 or 686? Right now I'm getting that whole self-doubt going.
No, I got you. I totally understand.
Yeah, I think it was 686. Okay, resolution 660, 686. No, that wasn't it.
Okay, so I have someone linked me 660 in chat. Let me see here. Oh shit! One second, I gotta fix my headphones. One second, I gotta take them off.
Yeah. So again, oh, yeah.
All right, here. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm just gonna do a little something here. All right, sorry. I had to pull up my hood. I wanted to fit in.
Oh no, it's all good.
All right, let me see here.
Yeah, UNCS Resolution 678. It says, invoking Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter, Iraq was once offered one final chance to implement 660, which demanded that Iraq withdraw its forces unconditionally from Kuwait on 29th of November. So again, this was passed months before the actual invasion.
Yeah, can you link this to me so that I can read along with you?
Okay, I was a little bit wrong on that. So this one's the one that gave them the deadline. And it gave Iraq until 15th of January 1991 to withdraw from Kuwait and empowered states to use all necessary means to force Iraq out of Kuwait after the deadline. The resolution requested member states to keep the council informed on their decisions. This was the legal authorization for the Gulf War, as Iraq did not withdraw by the deadline. So,
okay, let me see here. So, you're reading 661?
No, this is a 678.
Link that to me real quick, just so I can follow along here.
And this is a Wikipedia version. So
yeah, of course. Where all when all the based people go to research. Okay, let's see here.
Well, I tried to avoid it in an actual debate, but when we're just talking, it's.
Oh, I mean, yeah. At that point, you use the sources, but okay. Reforming. Iraq continued to defy the Security Council. Okay. Iraq one final chance to implement Resolution 660, which demanded that Iraq withdraw its forces unconditionally from Kuwait to the positions in which they were located on 1st of August 1990, the day before the invasion of Kuwait began. This one passed under Canada, the guidance of Canada, the USSR, gotcha. This was the legal authorization for the Gulf War, as Iraq did not withdraw by the deadline. Sticks and carrots. Okay, let me look at criticism. International law experts such as Professor Burns H. Weston have argued the UN Security Council resolution set a dubious precedent by backing away from the peaceful humanitarian process and principles. Okay. Let me see if Synth, can you explain briefly?
Well, I can tell you what the argument is, right?
Yeah, go for it.
The argument is, well, they were UN Resolution 678 authorizing to use all means necessary to drive Iraq from Kuwait. And if they were saying they were going to withdraw from Kuwait, then victory, mission accomplished, right? It was done. But what that fails to count into is, like, again, during conflict, there was no indication that they would stay out of Kuwait, right? That they would not, like, they would continue to not be in Kuwait. And if they wanted to surrender, many did, right? If, as we know from the Gulf War, entire regiments of Iraqi troops just surrendered, right? So rather than surrendering, they decided to withdraw and take the hostages, loot, right? Alleged hostages, I should say, loot and weapons of war back. Again, we as Bush said at the time, Bush Senior, to be clear, we just don't trust the guy, right? Why would we? He's lied before. He's lied through this whole process. So. They were still fighting us.
Okay, so so I understand the argument that they're making now. Got it. So the Resolution 660 demanded immediate withdrawal to their positions on the 1st of August 1990, before where they were before the invasion. But this one doesn't have a specific end day. Whereas, oh shit, where'd it go? 678, let me see here, did have an end date. It gave Iraq until 15th of January 1991 to withdraw from Kuwait. So I guess what there are, okay, so yeah, I don't think this is a war crime at all, unless there's some. Okay. Okay. So, unless there's some sort of weird legal thing that says that the stipulations in every resolution is always enforceable or whatever the fuck, right? Then you can't say, if that doesn't exist, then you can't say this was a war crime, because this is basically a rehashing. I'm losing the correct word here, but this is like a redraft of the original resolution that says you have to leave immediately, which doesn't give an end date. This one says, okay, you're going to leave or we're going to blow you the fuck up, and you have until the 15th of January. So I feel like this one would supersede the previous one.
So, and again, remember, like, there were negotiations going on behind the scenes at this time. And Bush on the 22nd, right? Because on the 21st, they got an offer from Moscow. Let's remember, they got an offer from Moscow. There's about 8 conditions given. I can link you to something that goes through them, right? The conditions were, these were the 8 main points of the conditions. Iraq would announce a full and unconditional withdrawal of troops from Kuwait. Withdrawal would begin 2 days after a ceasefire. Withdrawal would be completed on a fixed schedule to be determined. UN economic sanctions would cease. to be in effect after 2/3 of the Iraq troops have withdrawn, and all other UN resolutions would lapse after Iraq forces left Kuwait. All POWs would be released immediately. The UN would compose a commission to monitor this pullout, designating countries not involved in the conflict, and additional details would be settled as the agreement is implemented. That was the offer given by Moscow, Saddam, saying, okay, under these conditions, we'll stop, right? Bush rejected that, and on the next day, he gave a counter offer. And the counter offer was pull out to begin by noon of Saturday, right? Which was the 23rd, to be clear. It must be completed in 1 week, and Iraq must be out of Kuwait City in 48 hours and allow the Kuwaiti government to return. They rejected that, right? They rejected that. And thus, again, a ceasefire wasn't agreed to until March, the beginning of the March, right? So again, this idea that they were going to comply with the UN Resolution 660 by withdrawing, they can't just unilaterally declare that, right? They were at war. It was a conflict. And they were fighting us. There was again, the words Saddam used in his orders were a fighting withdrawal. And if you are still fighting us, no matter where you're going to, what borders you're going to, we are allowed to fight back.
Right. Okay. I have a better grasp on this now.
Please.
Okay. Yeah, I think that unless I am given some sort of information that shows that the 660 would supersede 678, I don't think that there's any reason to say that this was a war crime whatsoever.
There's never been any charges brought. No serious
Well, I mean, we're America. Who's going to prosecute us? Am I right?
So they've brought charges, sure, but again.
No, I understand. I'm not trying to knock down your point or anything, but
it's okay to knock it down if it's knock it downable. But the only thing we have, right? The only thing that ever came of this in regards is from Ramsey Clark, right? And he put together a report that he presented to the International War Crimes Tribunal, right? It was called a report on United States war crimes against Iraq. And this was done, I think, late 1991, May 1991 is when they presented it to the International War Crimes Tribunal. Nothing came of it. If you read it, you can. I can link you the site. It's just full of half truths, half baked assumptions, things like that. One of their witness testimony in regards to the highway of death, which is what is being argued here. Because if you want to argue that the United States possibly did some war crimes during the Gulf War, maybe, I don't know, right? But if we're talking about the highway of death specifically, no. So again, in the testimony by Joyce Chediek, who is a Lebanese American journalist, it's not clear that she was even there on that day. In her report, and she claims that she saw tens of thousands of Iraqi soldiers, their charred and dismembered bodies. But we know from other sources that, again, tens and thousands didn't die during this incident, right?
Right.
Even soldiers, there was 200, maybe 1,000. The death count was very low, actually.
Yeah, for what it looks like, it definitely is. It is way lower from what I would expect looking at those fucking pictures.
Yeah, and this is the problem is this aesthetics that a lot of people will do. It looks bad, so it must be bad. So we're going to use all our evidence to try to show what our initial impression was, right? It's just not. It's not a healthy or honest way of dealing with the point, right? And again, if you want to go after America for some of the shit it's done some shit. You can go to the My Lai massacre in Vietnam, right? We can talk about some of the stuff that was done during the Korean War. Look, we could even talk about Abu Ghraib, things like that, right?
Yeah, of course.
We don't need to make shit up. We don't need to make shit up about America.
And to be good faith to Synth after the conversation. Synth's point wasn't that America bad or anything. It really as much as we point out the style of debate that synth loves, right, and all that crew loves to do is hyper autistic. The disagreement was also hyper autistic, like pedantic shit.
I didn't have time for that. I want my day off. I went live on my day off, and I was like, okay, we're gonna have a discussion. I did that guy a favor, and then he comes in with this pedantic princess shit. I didn't have time for it. Right? I was just got annoyed and I left. So.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I understand where you're coming from too, because like I also like we've both been pretty irked about all of the stupid fucking shit being said around Israel and Palestine, and then broadly all the like America hating lefties and all that shit. So like, yeah, I 1,000,000% get it.
Plus, everyone loves when I scream a little bit, so you know.
Okay, this is my final little critique that I'll leave you with. All right, so we all know and love Haas infrared. All right,
my mic issues. Okay, I understand. I will fix it. That's my bad.
Hey, I'm not even saying that like the gain was too high or anything. The volume was too loud. I don't think I've ever heard a microphone fail only in one ear and then like move over to the other ear. Like my left ear headphone stopped giving me any input before my right ear did. And so there was like this weird oscillation of noise when you were screaming.
I'm too powerful. Okay. Sound itself cannot contain me. Okay.
Absolutely.
These electronics, right? My smoke is too tough. My bitch is too bad. You know? It's just how it is.
Are you using the microphone on your headset there?
No, this doesn't actually work.
Okay, I was about to say because like the audio quality is too good for it to be that, but like also he is blowing the fuck up out of his microphone right now. Maybe it is.
I do need a better microphone. That is on my list. Just before I go, let me tell you what I got coming up this week, and it'll be fun.
Go for it.
Tomorrow is going to be a therapy culture.
Mm-hmm.
Tuesday's Collins. Wednesday, we're going to talk about the canvassing house in Ohio. You should come, by the way.
I want to. I am poor, though. So.
You know what? They have a budget set aside to help poor people get a hotel, right? So if you contact them and you fill out the form and maybe I can even put a word in for you, they can, if you can get there, they can help out with your accommodations.
Well, I might take you up on that. I have to see what's going on. What month is it happening?
It's on February 9th to 11th, right? That weekend.
Okay, February 9th to 11th. Oh, so that's like really coming up.
Yeah. So sooner is better that you get a hold of me and I can see what I can do for you.
Yeah, I will figure that out sometime tonight.
And hang out with you and stuff.
Yeah, no, I'd love to meet. I'm trying to think if there's any other like final memes that I want to ask. But
no, the big show I want to tell you about was Friday.
Yes. Tell me.
Friday, me and Destiny are going to be teaming up to debate non-smoker and one of his pals on the Houthi sting. So
fuck.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
Who's moderating that?
Non-smoker. It's on his show. So I was told to bring a buddy, and Destiny agreed. So
it's non-smoker and who?
Alistar the Great. I don't know them.
I have heard that name. I don't remember who it is though.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm excited for that. That's when? Friday?
Friday. Yeah. Time to be determined. I think it's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern, but I need to make sure before I start spreading misinformation. So.
Alrighty. Well, hey man, thanks for coming on. I'm learning so much today.
I hope I gave you a lot to think about.
Absolutely. Love everybody. Bye. All right. The counter argument that Resolution 660 was the first of 12 resolutions issued by the United Nations regarding Iraq's occupation of Kuwait. The resolution slowly escalated, starting with harsh words and building up to greater actions such as sanctions. Resolution 678 explicitly declared that Iraq had until January 15th to comply with Resolution 660 before facing military action. Iraq failed to comply by then, and the highway of death occurred on the 26th of February, a full 42 days after Iraq's option for withdrawal, as detailed under Resolution 660, was up. Iraq did not agree to the UN demands for a ceasefire until March 3rd. Okay, I'm now pretty. Oh, sorry, I was cosplaying as Wick. I'm pretty convinced now that it was definitely not a war crime. Now, as to whether there were civilian casualties there, I'm not convinced. It is possible, and even not outside the it's very much not outside the realm of possibilities that they had civilian casualties. However, I don't even if I ask you guys this, then everyone's just going to agree with me. I just want to know, is it an unreasonable level of, is there an unreasonable level of proof needed that I'm giving, right? Having some report or having more than just 2 eyewitness statements. Now that we're out of that conversation, I can click on synth links. Found the Fisk book the account is in. Trying to find the screenshot of the page so you don't have to dig through. Might take a bit. Okay, well, we'll wait for that. There's 678. Okay, and let's look at this really quick. Oh my God. When was this article written? 91. Copyright 1992. This website that we're looking at right now is older than I am. Pull me in, coach. Oh, you're in the Discord. Yo.
Oh.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Cool. So a few things I wanted to hit on. One is everybody's losing the forest for the trees. So this whole conversation started because a America-hating propagandist spread propaganda. And then everybody started thinking about it. They're losing the whole point is that this is like Nick Fuentes making the Cookie Monster joke. And then everybody starts arguing about how many Jews died from bullets versus gas chambers. They're not seeing the overall issue that's happening. Secondly, I think I DM'd you a while back that truth is found in conflict. That jury trials are a really good system of finding truth because there's conflict. Fox News versus CNN, they find truth because they both are incentivized to contradict each other. In this conflict, in this engagement, both America and Kuwait were incentivized to find burned up children corpses. Right. Because America could say, look at the Iraqis, they're so horrible. They kidnapped children and used them as human shields. Right. They led them to their death. Right.
Mm.
Iraq is also incentivized to document maybe the deaths of civilians on that road because they're like, look how horrible America is. They're killing random civilians on the side of the road who aren't even close to military targets. Right.
Mm.
Then Kuwait is also incentivized to find the dead babies because it's their civilians being kidnapped by Iraqis. Everybody's incentivized to find these dead bodies. So if no dead bodies are found, it's a safe bet that there were no dead bodies.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that the last 2 sentences again?
If everybody's incentivized to find dead bodies and take pictures of them, then
why aren't there these pictures of the civilians? Yeah, that's why I was thinking. Yeah, I kind of went there with synth because I said that it feels like there's so many people, journalists on the ground and shit like that. It feels like someone would want to come forward and say hey, I saw all these civilians, right, that were killed and they're dead. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It doesn't seem like there are any pictures right now. If they got completely obliterated, I guess that's one thing, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah. And flipping back to the loose testimony of somebody saying 2 British soldiers said something, which is horrible. Like, just saying it out loud, it sounds ridiculous. Why would they dare bury the bodies? Like, I think I'm pretty sure that's like a crime. If you find a civilian body in a war zone, you're supposed to document it before you bury it. You're supposed to mark the grave. You're supposed to see if they have ID, take a picture before you ever bury it. Ugh, sorry. Yeah.
No, you're totally fine. I wouldn't.
Like, I don't know if there's official rules around that, but that's just logical. You find a corpse, you gotta let that you gotta let that family know there's a corpse here.
Right.
Not to mention, they're Muslims. So they would have their own burial rituals, and it would be disrespectful to bury them just randomly on the side of the road.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense. I didn't think about that in the moment. It does seem weird that if they're claiming that it was all about, it was just people that they buried, why the fuck are the soldiers burying people? Like, well, hold on. There was something that said that there were mass graves. A possible counterpoint to what you're saying there is that, okay, well, there were civilians, but they weren't, like, documented because they put everyone into mass graves. I don't know what I think of that argument in particular, but I feel like that would be like the immediate response, no?
Well, but the argument is that they died from the American airstrikes, right? So there wouldn't be mass graves because there'd be nobody there to dig the graves besides the British good dudes who just randomly buried some corpses.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? There's only reports of mass graves, but there aren't evidence of mass graves? Is that what you're saying?
No, but I'm saying if America caused these people to die, then nobody would be around to bury them.
And what does that mean?
Like, I'm saying the Iraqis wouldn't have buried Kuwaiti civilian bodies.
Oh, okay.
They're being shelled constantly.
Right. Yeah, because they certainly wouldn't have done it. But like allegedly the claim is that the British guys were the ones that buried it, not that they found buried ones, right? So I don't know what that would even look like for this argument here. Also, I do agree. I think that would be like absolutely like catastrophic fucking lack of what's the word I'm looking for? Lack of forethought. Just like throw a bunch of people into an area and have them start like burying people when there are possibly civilian casualties. That does seem pretty crazy.
Yeah, not to mention just marking the grave. We should be able to dig up these civilians. Those British people should have been like, yeah, we buried some corpses. It's on this part. It's right next to this palm tree. You can dig them up. Return them to their families.
Right.
Right, like, obviously you could do that. The war was over. The war was over for months. You could dig up bodies. Like, yeah.
Okay.
I think I had one more point, but I'm losing it now. A simple question for Synth that I wanted you to ask is, if Americans during World War II had bombed some Nazi, like imagine a Nazi convoy leaving, like they're in the woods, like kind of in a rural area, and they're walking away, and they're marching along, and Americans had bombed them, would you expect there to be French and civilian and German deaths if they're just walking, right? Would you expect a convoy, right? Would you expect civilian deaths if we strategically bomb a convoy of Germans?
Right.
You wouldn't, because number one, the French would be afraid, and the Germans aren't even in that country. So there shouldn't be any Kuwaiti or Iraqi civilians in the area.
Well, the argument is that they were constantly taking hostages, and the allegation is that they had hostages in the cars with them after they appropriated their or commandeered their vehicles. So, I mean,
then the question then is, how many Kuwaitis did we find in Iraq after the war?
well, I don't know if it would be a guarantee that they would want to exhume the bodies, right?
No, I'm saying living Kuwaitis. How many Iraqis brought Kuwaitis to a?
Oh yeah, well, I did
Kuwaitis
bring
to
that up.
Iraq?
Yeah, I did bring that up. Like, was there a hostage negotiation afterwards, right? And the response was like, yeah, but how would we know where they came from, right? Because my argument was that, well, it feels like there would be some kind of, feels like there would be some kind of, way to prove that these people actually did get kidnapped and like where they got kidnapped from, like if they did hostage negotiations afterwards. So like, why is that not happening, right? Or why did that not happen? Or why is there no like paper trail there? The thing that I find hard to believe, like in totality, is that there is no paper trail, because there's always a fucking paper trail with as much bureaucracy as we have and as much bureaucracy as there is in the world. Like, really does feel like it's hard to believe that a country is not going to have one, right?
Yeah. And the other thing that kills me is perverse incentives. Like, I'm pretty sure Synth is a communist, right? He's all about pointing out when people have incentives to do bad. Well, in a war zone, reporters have a huge incentive to take pictures of dead babies, right? They get Pulitzers, they get rewards, they get financial and fame from taking pictures of war crimes. Why did all of the reporters miss him? When they have a huge financial incentive.
There was one person that did say that, but it looks like the claim was argued against at the very least. I don't know if proven to be false, but at least argued against because they didn't provide any evidence whatsoever. So,
but I bet like war photographers are a thing, and war photographers were there after it. The other thing, another piece of information you should look up is when were the earliest photos taken on the ground after that bombardment? Because if it's like 3 hours after the bombardment, the first pictures were started rolling, were taken, then there's no time to bury bodies. Digging a hole is hard.
Yeah, true. Well, there are plenty of pictures of bodies. Like, luckily I had safe search on Google, but like I pulled it off screen and I looked, and yeah, there are pictures of bodies in the city or the highway of death. That's just it's brutal. So yeah, I guess like I'll look at the links that Synth is still going to send over to me. The thing that he linked to me earlier was a book, and they're trying to find the page number for the reference so that I don't have to like read an entire book just to get this one piece of information. So I guess we'll see, and maybe I'll like follow up tomorrow if I get to stream. But
again, the one thing I really want to like hammer in on is the comparison to the Cookie Monsters with Nick Fuentes. That everybody's losing perspective. That this isn't about this specific attack, this specific civilian deaths. It's about Hasan being a horrible propagandist who wants America to be bad all the time and will believe or make up anything he can.
Yeah, I think that at some point, this is something that really sucks about the discourse, in general, just discourse about politics, especially in this space, is that it feels like people, we get so used to a certain kind of action, and maybe it's not just this space, actually. It's kind of everything. I mean, like, look at the way that we talk about Donald Trump now. Like, the things that he talks about and the things that he says and his actions, they're actually pretty fucking scary. But we've just grown so accustomed to him being like this that it's, we're like, oh, Donald Trump's at it again. I think it's kind of the same thing with people like Hasan, where we're like, this is just the respect or the expected result or the expected take that he's going to have, right? So that we're always going to be just like a little bit overly skeptical, I think. Does that make sense?
I guess, yeah.
All
right. I think that's everything I had for you. Oh, also, like, kills me because they're like debate bros. Not all swans are black. Right? Not all
Right.
swans are black. Most swans are white. And if I tell you I saw a black swan yesterday, you can't just say I'm wrong. Because most swans are white. Most airstrikes kill civilians. That does not mean all airstrikes kill civilians. Like, it's a basic logical syllogism. So.
And what does that refer to? What is that about?
Like, his argument to Wick at the start that so many civilians are dead. Most airstrikes kill civilians. Therefore, civilians died in this airstrike.
Yeah,
like, that was his logic. But that's
in that one
logically
syllogism. Yeah, he did say that, but at the by the end, I kind of understand what he's saying, and it is just like the hyper autistic like debate style where it's like the totality of the claim isn't what is in dispute. It's how confident the claim was made, right? So it's not like whether there were or weren't casualties. It does seem like Synth doesn't care if you don't think that there were civilian casualties. It's the level of confidence you have going into that claim that is the irksome thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how much I like put stock in that, but that I think that's like the closest to the steel man of the like why the argument took place.
I mean, I guess, but still, then you should fall on. I can't believe he falls on 95% that a civilian died when we have loose testimony. The best piece of evidence is loose, anecdotal story somebody told somebody else.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for from him right now. I want to know. I want to know what the actual eyewitness report was, and how many eyewitness reports there were, because that changes things. Because even though it like witness reports, I mean, pictures an eyewitness report, right? But it's also something that we can experience as well, right? Whereas just like a statement isn't. But there could be a certain level of or a certain number of eyewitness statements that all come forward that all say the exact same thing from different angles and all of that shit with no photographic, information. And I would say like, okay, this seems like more than enough information to go off of, right? So if there were like, 40 U.S. soldiers that said the exact same thing, I'd be like, okay, well, it seems like there were civilian casualties. But if like 4 of them do, it's like, okay, well, maybe there were, maybe there weren't. Now it seems like all of the other things that I would be looking for, right? The absence of them leads me to like go in a certain direction rather than the like positive statement that they're putting forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I would need to see some testimony like gas station attendant saw a woman in handcuffs in the back of an Iraqi van, and then he saw her missing poster the next day. And that van was headed down the highway. That's what I would need to see. I would need to see person testifying that they saw civilians in the caravan, and then that person is missing.
Yeah, that would be it wouldn't be a smoking gun, but it would be like pretty close to it. So
yeah, and that would be really good testimony. And there would be very little reason to lie.
Right.
But I'm guessing we're going to get like loose stories of bodies that look maybe they could be civilian.
Yeah, that's one thing that I was wondering. Like, do these people look like civilians or are they civilians?
Yeah. And also the amount of carnage that was there. I don't know if you can tell the difference between a soldier and a civilian if fires are raging and bodies are getting burned.
Okay, we're definitely having a follow-up conversation with Synth.
Right now?
Probably not right now, because Synth said in DMs earlier that if we talked immediately they could, but not later. So now is later, so I assume they're busy.
Okay. I feel like I had one. Yeah. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
Oh,
do
how much more
some.
are you gonna spend today?
Probably another like 30 minutes. What do you think so far? I feel like I actually was like super on the ball today.
Yeah,
in terms
yeah.
of, like,
I think
segments.
easily two segments. Yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah, let's
Quite a bit,
fucking
Shane.
go.
Oh.
Alrighty. Well, I'll catch you later. All right. I'm gonna see if there's anything else I want to meme about.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Let me see. Hello. Are y'all gonna lie and call me racist and ban me, or do you want to be a good faith actor for once? I'm always good faith, Black Mask. But you are also racist, and I say that in good faith. Do you get a time to talk in DMs to Adventurous? Yeah, we're looking to set up a conversation, but something's going on with their internet, so they have to get that resolved, and then we'll figure it out. Okay, one second. I'm trying to see if there's a reset game speed. Is there something that says auto sort or something? Let me see here. Quick bar. Got it. Fast entity split. Okay, there is not. What you don't understand is the right aren't the ones who want to destroy society and impose their vision on everyone else because of retarded utopianism. That's what I am, a utopian. Also, Marxists are decidedly not utopian. Classical Marxism it rejects utopian visions of the world. I don't know what you're talking about. Here, one sec. Let's see here. Okay, this was BBC. Got it. Oh, this is pretty short. The previous day, Iraq had failed to meet a deadline for withdrawal and had set fire to hundreds of Kuwaiti oil wells. Allied troops swept into Iraq and Kuwait from several points along the Saudi Arabian border. Hundreds of tanks raced north to take the Iraqi Republican Guard. But still refused to accept all the UN resolutions passed against it. Iraqi tanks, armored vehicles, trucks, and troops fleeing the Allied onslaught formed huge queues on the main road north from Kuwait to the southern city of Basra. An estimated 25 to 30,000 Iraqis were killed during the ground war alone. Jesus. Wait, is that... Hold on. Strength. Oh my God. 20 to 50,000 killed, 75,000 wounded, 80 to 175 captured, 3,300 tanks destroyed. How many did they come in with? Damn. Oh, fuck. 2,100 APCs, 2,200 artillery pieces. Damn, they barely had any left over. 110 aircraft destroyed. 137 aircraft flown to Iran to escape. Destruction. These need citation. Got you. Okay. Let's see here. I'm curious what happened immediately after Synth left now.
Okay. So, I want to be clear what just happened here, right? They are doing the same argument that people do for, oh, the election was rigged or stolen, right? Like, look at this specific area. It varies wildly and is very different from this vast area, right? There must be something nefarious here or wrong, okay? It's
basically what he was saying to me. And
this week, the Supreme Court heard two cases that have the potential to upend government function as we know it. The cases, Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo.
Hold on. Okay. We'll do the rest of our stream on Vosh. Why not? That's not what I want. What is it that I want? Let's press play and just go with it. Oh, I know what I wanted.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hey, glad you can hear me.
Yeah, your mic actually sounds pretty good. Much better than the mic quality I usually have to deal with. So, what do you want people to call you? What are your pronouns? And why are you here?
So people can call me James. My pronouns are he, him. And I'm here just because I'm a pretty big fan of yours, and I just want you to always be right. And so whenever I hear an opinion of yours that I don't agree with, I always love debating it around with...
Would you be willing to watch a video I link you in DMs? You can link me something in DMs, but I can't guarantee that I'm going to watch it, especially today because I don't have very much time left. But link it to me and I'll tell you whether I'll watch it next time or not.
My friends, and I thought that I could talk to you about your opinion on the Yemen bombing.
Yeah, please. I think just a couple hours ago we did some again, so still a fresh topic.
Oh yeah, the Wikipedia page is always updating. So anyway, I emailed you with my position, and I just want to double check to see if your position has changed on this at all. Basically, in my email, I said that from what I gathered from your videos, you seem to think that the only way to actually stop, I'll just call it their piracy, is to bomb the Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. And I think that the best way to stop it would be doing the ceasefire in Gaza with Israel. And that was my original comment to you, and I thought that we could kind of just go into a conversation from there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are probably a few ways you could solve basically any issue. But with regards to the Houthi situation, the issue is that I don't really have any respect or patience for the interruption of maritime trade. I think that's a very destructive thing to do. It would be like if there was a bad thing happening in one place and then in another separate place, some guys robbed a bank and they were like, yo, we'll stop robbing the bank if the other bad thing stops happening. There's police brutality going on in Brooklyn. We'll stop the bank robbing as soon as the police brutality stops. And you could stop the police brutality. In fact, you should, but I think you should also probably just directly stop the bank robbers. I wouldn't take them at their word. And I don't really think that they get to do another bad thing because of the pre-existing bad thing.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And I've heard you say those positions that you hold in some of your other videos on.
It is pretty wild to me. When Vosh talks foreign policy, it is either the most based shit of all time, or it is the most unhinged fucking crazy shit you'll ever hear in your entire life. And to be fair to Vosh, more often than not, it's super based. He usually has pretty good takes on foreign policy. Usually. I won't say always, and I won't say most of the time, but I will say usually he has a pretty good take when it comes to foreign policy. I mean, look at Ukraine, look at any of those. I don't think I've ever seen Vosh at the point where he is right now, where it's like, okay, well, you're saying this one thing about what's going on over in Gaza, right? And you have a dog shit opinion on that. And then you also have a base opinion on a tangential point, which is fucking crazy to me. How you can be so based in one department and then so unbelievably cringe in another on the same, general topic or relatively the same conflict is fucking flabbergasting to me. I have no fucking clue how he does it. I don't know how he does it.
On this subject, my main contention would be that I don't think that stopping piracy is as simple as shooting a bank robber. And I actually think that causing a ceasefire in Gaza with Israel would be simpler than solving police brutality. I would be open to the discussion that if we're taking the ceasefire position off the table, then what are we going to do? And I think that opens up a much more complicated discussion of potential solutions with the Yemenis bombing, or the Houthi bombing, or the whatever you want to call it. But I don't think, I think that we can do both, right? As you've said yourself. I think that we should be suing for peace, and I do have reason to believe that the Houthis would stop doing piracy if Israel created a ceasefire. And I think we could kind of talk about that because, I'm kind of curious on your position why you think that they wouldn't stop doing that. Is it just because you think they're kind of more of a ragtag group of just troublemakers? Just
well, I think they're disingenuous, to be sure. I don't think that they're. I think their rhetoric, from what I've seen from their leadership and the messaging they've given, has kind of reaffirmed that. The fact that they initially said they were just stopping Israeli traffic, and then they were like, well, no, actually, we're going after all of it, gave me the impression that they were just sort of being opportunists. But even then, even if I knew divinely somehow that the Houthis would stop if we did the ceasefire and it would work, I would still advocate for bombing them, I think.
Hell yeah, bro.
Okay,
let's go.
That's fair. And I guess the only reasons that I think that they would probably stop is I don't even really disagree with you that they're being disingenuous and they're just being opportunistic. But I think that how just appalling.
Them being disingenuous is completely, if you agree with Vosh on that, then you have to completely concede the entire argument, because the only reason why you would ever support or even give any amount of fucking credence to the Houthis here, the only reason why you would do that, I would think, is because you want what's going on in Israel-Palestine to stop, right? That has to be the only reason why you would ever support it, right? I can't think of another reason why you would ever support what's going on over there, unless you just fucking hate America. But that's outside of what we're talking about. Vosh literally argued Israel is worse than Russia because Ukraine has air defense and Gaza doesn't.
Israel and the United States is acting is causing this giant opportunity for enemies of both Israel and the U.S. to kind of act up and get applauded by the rest of the world. Even by people like Kyle Kalinske and Hasan, they're applauding. I think I watched Hasan's interview with the Houthi rebel, and I was kind of shocked that he got a Houthi soldier on his stream and was interviewing him.
Yeah, we just went over that. I have to say I am having some pretty negative feelings towards Hasan for that particular discussion. Not much critical engagement going on there,
I love the way he talks.
With the subjects at hand.
That was something. But I do think that even if I just feel if we took away that opportunity, these attacks would stop, because the attacks started because of the opportunity that we provided them. And I guess technically they did stop attacking ships during that 6-day ceasefire in November. That's kind of ambiguous. Maybe they just didn't shoot any ships that day, but that does kind of seem to be in line. And I also just think that even if they are being disingenuous, it is putting real pressure on United States and Israel. You can say that you don't like it because it's targeting maritime trade, which I think is fine to say, and that's a different discussion, but that's also kind of that kind of doesn't really have anything to do with them being disingenuous, right?
Well, I think that there are a couple of assumptions here. I don't actually think much pressure is being put on the America and Israel. Pressure is being put on the world, which is why China and Russia didn't block the UN resolution to denounce the Houthis blockade right before Operation Market Guardian really kicked into fourth gear. I think the only thing the Houthis have really done is kind of unify the world against them. It just doesn't seem like that because the average person on social media doesn't really understand or care about the underlying market forces that dictate global trade. They see them as I guess people doing whatever they can for Palestinians. And I don't think that's accurate, but even if that was accurate, it wouldn't really change the nature of the antagonism here. Israel's trade through the Mediterranean is unabated. They can still get what they need from Europe. They're not really hit by this. I just think that the normalization of the idea that any regional cause should be able to engage in piracy because they take issue with something negative or morally wrong going on. I mean, there are a lot of bad ways that could play out, right? There are so many regional powers or governments that probably would argue, wait, well, this is also fucked up, so we're also going to draw attention to it with the some indiscriminate piracy. It's a very bad thing to normalize. So my argument with the bombing has less to do with actually stopping it and more to do with deterring that behavior in the future. Punishment, essentially.
Okay, that definitely makes sense, and I'm glad that I kind of I'm glad that you kind of clarified that, because something that you did say multiple times in
I'm sorry, what did he say though?
is also fucked up. So we're also going to draw attention to it with the, with some indiscriminate piracy. It's a very bad thing to normalize. So my argument with the bombing has less to do with actually stopping it and more to do with deterring that behavior in the future. Punishment, essentially.
Okay, that definitely makes sense, and I'm glad that I kind of I'm glad that you kind of clarified that, because something that you did say multiple times in like your recent videos is that like, why does the bombing stop the piracy? And you basically say, because I think like turning a pirate into red mist stops a pirate. And I think like we can both agree it's a little bit more complicated than that. But it does make sense that it's just like, this is a deterrent to stop pirates from the future, or like countries from, I wouldn't even say in countries, right? Because I think that it's like giving the Houthis too much credit to call them a country. It's more just like militant groups from doing piracy in the future.
Yeah, they do governmental work as well. They're kind of like the de facto government of most of Yemen, it feels, in terms of what they actually like do in outcome sense. But yeah, it's mostly about broader deterrence. You just don't want to normalize those kinds of bad behaviors when it comes to piracy. So it's like a triple threat, basically, because I don't think what they're doing helps Palestinians. I don't think it puts much pressure on the West, at least not any more so than it does the rest of the world. And also it normalizes like unimaginably harmful behavior. I do agree with you, though. I don't know how effective Prosperity Guardian's actually going to be, because the Houthis are pretty used to getting bombed. We have better bombs, but I also don't think the United States is willing to engage in the kind of mass-scale, indiscriminate bombing that would be necessary to really outdo the Saudis on that point. We have better targeting. Maybe it's possible that we take out like very specific targets, warehouses, and airfields. We do damage where we need to, but I don't know if that'll actually end up happening.
And that is something that I kind of wanted to talk with you more about too. Like, where do you see the bombs coming from? But before we get there, I did have a question for you, because you've said before, like, they're disingenuous because they're not actually targeting ships that are going only to and from Israel. I've looked up their attacks. I think they've like taken over one ship that was owned by an Israeli, and then like yesterday they fired a missile at a ship that was going to Israel, and the missile like hit it, but it still made it to Israel. So like, I think we can kind of agree they're just kind of indiscriminately attacking ships that are going throughout the Red Sea. But I do wonder, like, what if they actually only targeted ships going to and from Israel? Because I feel like your position is basically like, oh, well, this is targeting maritime trade and that's bad. And I can agree with you, like, Israel's not being really affected by it. I think the hardest hit country right now is Egypt, from just the research that I've done on this. But I do think that it changes the conversation a bit to say like, oh, this one ragtag group of militias. I mean, okay, we can say the Houthis are more than a ragtag group of militias, but this like pseudo-governmental group is just single-handedly putting an embargo on trading with a country that's causing a genocide. And I think that that does get into like a bit of a different moral area. I think that you can still say that that's causing a bad precedent to be set, but in this situation, I think that it could actually like change the way we talk about the Houthis.
I think it would make a significant difference. I don't know if it would make enough of a difference that I wouldn't still advocate for the bombing. Even targeted blockages in maritime trade are a deterrent to maritime trade. It's the threat of violence that causes the ships to go around the, southern Cape of Africa, or for them to increase their like insurance costs, which makes it harder to, ship grain or whatever else. And that would continue to be the case, even if they were just going after Israeli ships. It would be better, though. It might make me more inclined to believe they weren't acting in bad faith with their intentions, that they weren't being just like opportunists. And if I didn't think they were being opportunists, I also might believe that they were more interested in diplomacy. Like, they might be more interested in like fair engagement. As it stands now, though like all that died the moment they said they were targeting Israeli ships, and then they were like, well, no, actually we're going after all of them. As soon as they did that, it became pretty clear that like they can't be taken at their word, which like why I expect them to, right? There's an Islamist jihadist militia. There are plenty of like decent militia groups, and very few of them are religiously oriented to that extent. It tends to lead to pretty bad outcomes. Gives me a negative impression of their trustworthiness.
True. The thing is, though, like, I don't think that the bombing actually has done anything. And I feel like my like theory on Joe Biden like sending ships out and not just defending guys,
this guy's
but
got
striking targets in Yemen, is that he's trying to show the shipping companies like, don't worry, guys, I've got it taken care of. We've destroyed their munitions depots. You can send trade through the Red Sea, and then he can keep prices down in the 2020 election year. But I don't think that's actually going to do anything. And like, I know that the other countries have also agreed with that, but the bombing hasn't actually stopped rocket fire coming from Yemen. And it's not like the Houthis have weapon factories in the areas that they control. Like, they're getting weapons sent to them from Iran. So we can't actually
It's not just Iran. They also do the Hamas thing where they basically, instead of making a full-on, missile, what they're really doing is just making like an IED attached to the end of a fucking rocket. Like that's what their rockets are. Is basically just like IEDs attached to the end. But see, general chat screenshots related to this. All right, let me look at that. Let's see here. Yemen's Ansarallah's new plan to confront the Zionist regime. According to the Yemeni sources, Ansarallah is considering the implementation of a plan called the Al-Aqsa Triangle by closing all three main waterways in the Middle East, Bab al-Mandab, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Suez Canal. How are they going to close the Strait of Hormuz? And if they do that, then they're going to get bombed even worse. I don't know what they expect to accomplish. I genuinely don't. I have no fucking clue what they think they're going to have happen. But really, that's not even true. I do know what their goal is. Their goal is to, signal to Iran that they're working well with them, right? That they will work with them and they'll do whatever it takes or whatever the fuck, right? Like that's what their goal is. That's what their point is. They're solidifying, or they're gaining or solidifying, or however you want to say it, power. That's what they're doing. Oh my God, really? That's how we do it.
Fully ever get rid of their military capabilities unless we do like a literal ground invasion and then maybe even a pseudo war with Iran to stop them from funding like a proxy war in Yemen against Saudi Arabia.
Well, I wouldn't argue in favor of invading Iran or anything like that. I think there are things we could do potentially to deter them. I mean, if you kill enough commanders, for example, or disrupt supply lines, at the very least, you can make it clear this isn't like a worthwhile pursuit for them. There are also diplomatic avenues that you could take with Saudi Arabia. Like Saudi Arabia wasn't willing to publicly sign on with Operation Prosperity Guardian, in large part because they've been trying to work some, Middle Eastern riz with the Houthis. So, there are like a range of interests that could be pulled on. We've always been pussies when it comes to Saudi involvement, but it's, I guess, theoretically possible that we do something good there. I don't really know.
Wait, what does he think is going to happen
how much
with the
damage we would have to do
Say it again?
with the Houthis. So, or disrupt
Iran. So we
How's
can't
it going,
actually
Econo Boy?
fully ever get rid of their military capabilities
did a
unless
lot
we
of
do like
research
a literal
into
ground invasion
Operation
and
Desert
then
Storm.
maybe even a pseudo war with Iran to stop them from funding like the proxy war in Yemen against Saudi Arabia.
Well, I wouldn't argue in favor of invading Iran or anything like that. I think there are things we could do potentially to deter them. I mean, if you kill enough commanders, for example, or disrupt supply lines, at the very least, you can make it clear this isn't like a worthwhile pursuit for them. There are also diplomatic avenues that you could take with Saudi Arabia. Like Saudi Arabia wasn't willing to publicly sign on with Operation Prosperity Guardian, in large part because they've been trying to work some, Middle Eastern riz with the Houthis. So, there are like a range of interests that could be pulled on. We've always been pussies when it comes to Saudi involvement, but it's, I guess, theoretically possible that we do something good there. I don't really know how much damage we would have to do for this to be declared a success. I don't know what that looks like. I'm interested in finding out, as far as I'm concerned, they deserve the bombing. What they've done has brought it upon them. So given that nobody seems to know whether or not it's going to lead to good outcomes, we kind of have to just try it out and see. It's expensive to keep up the bombings, our missiles aren't cheap, but in terms of like broader costs of occupation, this is pretty minor. We could probably keep this going for a while, shell them occasionally when they get routed.
Yeah, but we don't want to is the thing. What here's what the real memes are. The reason that we're bombing Yemen instead of just, intercepting the missiles is because they're using a drone that costs a couple $100, and then we're intercepting that fucking thing with how much money worth of missiles? Like every missile costs us several $1 million. So the amount of, how bad we're doing on the what do you call it? how bad we're doing with the proportionate response is that's why sorry, I'm saying like three things at once. The reason that we're doing it is because there's such an uneven cost associated with what has been going on. They shoot a fucking drone, costs like $500, $600, $700. We bus in, we shoot it down. It costs us how fucking much, right? Okay, there we go.
Sort of operate as a de facto bodyguard to people moving through that area of the Red Sea. It could probably do a lot at the very least to stabilize things. Of course, I agree that if making Israel do a fucking ceasefire was something that I could compel the U.S. government to do, they should. But whether or not they do commit to that, got to deal with this.
Yeah, I think that's like the obvious answer. And like, if I could have my way, obviously, like make them do a ceasefire and then see if the Houthis actually just stop acting up. Like they say that they're doing this because they say that they're doing this because of Israel. They want the moral high ground. So it would stand to reason that like even if they're just trying to get regional clout, they might stop doing it, especially like if we keep up the bombing of them. And like again, I'm not even like super opposed to the bombing. I just don't think it is the best course of action. Like if we're taking the ceasefire off the table, I do think that bombing Yemen actually sends us further away from a diplomatic solution to their piracy efforts. And I think that diplomatic solution is the best way. Like Biden in 2021, I read something where he was saying we're going to renew our efforts in causing like peace in Yemen between Houthis and Saudi Arabia. UN's been influential in getting them to do a ceasefire between the Houthis and the Saudi Arabian coalition.
Yeah, we took Yemen off of we took the Houthis off of our like global terrorist watch list as well, which means that they would have been
mistake.
Further legitimized and given more exemptions given fewer blocks with regards to trade. And they kind of fucked that up a little bit. it's pretty unfortunate. I wish they hadn't done what they had done. I can't really see any outcome to this that's purely diplomatic that doesn't at least insinuate that you can just do piracy as long as you have a good moral cause to push, which every nation on earth does. And then if we do this in the opposite direction, right, where you allow that for them, but then another country down the line they do piracy and they get fucking nuked or whatever, and it's like, oh hey, well wow, what about this crisis? Like fuck, what about what's going on in Myanmar, the Congo, or Eritrea? There are so many places where this could just pan out poorly, and it seems like it's really the Houthis.
Eritrea.
My personal guess, and some people have fronted this as well, I don't know if it's true, but my guess is that there are members in the Houthi militia who think that the organization is going soft. A lot of these guys are lunatic religious zealots, and they're essentially making deals with and getting along with the Saudis, who are in a lot of ways both a religious and geopolitical enemy, who subjected them to incredible violence. So as a way of re-upping their cred, they're like, okay, well sure, well we're still all about jihad, we'll show you something real crazy. In an environment like that, how much can diplomacy even help?
I could be way more jihad.
I mean, do you think that it's just like young men itching for a fight, essentially? They see that Israel is doing this bad thing, and they're like, okay, we can do something. Let's just say it's for the Palestinians, and then just go out.
It's because
we want
Iran
to do
told
action,
them to.
and we're not going to fight against Saudi Arabia because that's actually going to like bring down a hammer upon us, and like we're finally seeing some benefits from the peace that has been building over the last few years. So we're just going to do this for like a moral, righteous cause given to us by God.
Yeah. Well, not really the young men. There are probably some old men or middle-aged men, I don't know, in the Houthis who, there are people who are more interested in running a government, and there are people who are more interested in being like an Islamist militia. We saw stuff like this with Hamas as well. We've seen it in like even in Iran. There's always this push and pull where like if you with the Taliban as well, right? Because the Taliban right now is split between people who are like, yeah, I long for the days of like, waging war of jihad for Allah in the mountains fighting against the ANA. And then there are people being like, yeah, get back in the fucking office chair and finish the fucking spreadsheets, Mohammed, like get the fuck over here.
That's actually something that I was thinking about while I was thinking about like potential solutions.
I would say I'm actually pretty intelligent relative to many people my age. Where the fuck did that come from? What makes you think that needed to be said? And also, I believe that to be the case. Again, the only reason why, well, actually, there's two reasons. The only reason I didn't ban you for the longest time originally is because I thought that maybe you had the capacity to, like as you got more information, you might like change your mind on some shit, but you don't. And I think that while you have baseline intelligence, now I don't know if it's greater or not than like average. I don't know. I don't know like how much greater than average it is, if it is better, right? But your main issue is the complete inability to, it seems like you have a complete inability to, take an L. And you are also, the thing that triggers me about you the most, holy fuck does it trigger me, is the moral, grandstanding. The unnecessary and unbelievably disgusting way that you'll talk about different races of people. Very strange. Anyways, this is the Houthis in a nutshell.
Oh my God, you've missed so much! Like when America was attacked by mentally challenged suicide bombers.
I believe my views to be more ethical. Cool. I also believe my views to be more ethical. I don't know how that changes anything.
Oh my God, you've missed so much! Like when America was attacked by mentally challenged suicide bombers. Allahu Akbar!
Jesus fucking Christ, that's so bad. Why should I change my views if they're... Why should I change my views if they're right? Well, if they're right, then you'd be living in delusion to not change your views. But if they're wrong, then you don't have to change your views. But also, your total fixation on how right you are and how morally correct you are relative to other people, when all you have is faith to defend a lot of these things, right? Like, let's say we're talking about, one second. Let me do this. Haha. Let's say we're talking about black people, right? Your favorite topic. You can maintain that you're right, like I have, whenever I talk about, these kinds of issues, without saying that black people are like this. It's like you missed out on the part of life that we talk about where you realize that there are different kinds of people than you, but they're not a fucking monolith. But
because I'm like, okay, bombing them's not going to really do anything, especially it's not going to make the Red Sea safer. Like, I was reading some things where they were saying that bombing isn't...
Actually, statistically speaking, if you say you're smarter than average, you are probably not. Yeah, no, it's really hard to know, because like, if I'm honest, I don't think of myself as a particularly intelligent person, like whatsoever. And there are people that I've argued against that I came out on top of because they have the inability to analyze data correctly, or truthfully, or anything like that. I think I have a better thought process and a better baseline view of the world. But I talk about pretty heavy things for my age. I don't think that is a marker of intelligence, my guy. All right, let me see here. Where are we? All right, really quick, if you guys haven't already followed, here, you know what? I'm actually going to do this for Tron, all right? Tron can use this for something else. All right, we are ending stream. But if you guys haven't already, please consider following the YouTube or subscribing to the YouTube or whatever the fuck we call it, and subscribing on Kick, following on Kick. We have the membership program. going on YouTube. We have the subscriptions on Kick. That's very, very helpful if you guys use those. But yeah, follow the YouTube. Or subscribe to the YouTube. I changed my mind. What would it take for you to endorse Donald J. Trump in 2024? Simply money. If you wanted me to endorse Donald J. Trump in 2024, let's talk money. But anyways, yeah, I'm going to end stream now. I'm going to send you guys over to someone else. But okay, hold on. I actually am going to try this one more time. Like an outro for a video, okay? All right. If you guys haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube or follow me on Kick. And, you know, we have the memberships on YouTube. We have the subscriptions on Kick. If you guys want to, you know, throw a couple of bucks my way, there are some nice little treats for you. You know, different emotes and different AI things that the editor can do for you. Okay. I'm really bad at promoing. I love you guys very much. We're going to raid into the only person that I see live, which is Destiny. All right. Yeah, sourcing support. See, I'm not an intelligent person because I cannot fucking sell myself. All right. I'm selling my content to you and I can't even make it sound good. All right. Anyways, I love you guys. I'll catch you guys maybe tomorrow.